6:30, we'll call the meeting to order.
Oh, we do.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please. Okay, let's see. I believe Amanda doesn't have a speaker there. We have, let's see, 19 present and 4 missing. Okay. Good evening. Thank you to all the supervisors and members of the public who took time to be here tonight. I'd like to go over a few housekeeping items before we get started. We have invited the Menominee tribe and other representatives to give an overview of the current casino project, which is the subject of the AGA that will come to the board next Tuesday. Also with us is the county's outside counsel on the AGA, Attorney Jenna McLean, who specializes in issues related to tribal law. To be clear, this review is being done per our normal procedures as a board. As soon as we became aware that the agreement was being finalized, we gave notice and placed an item on last week's agenda to refer the agreement to committee. Then, we shared the document with the board as soon as the details were finalized and reviewed. 3 meetings on this issue are being held this week, giving ample opportunity for supervisors to attend and ask questions. Tonight's Committee of the Whole, tomorrow night's Legislative Committee meeting, and Thursday's Finance and Administration meeting. Since no action will be taken here tonight, a quorum of the board is not required. This meeting is really being held as a courtesy to the board and to the community to share information about this project and the AGA. Citizen comments are on tonight's agenda. The speakers will be limited to 5 minutes and must speak only on issues related to the casino project and the AGA. This will be the only opportunity for people not directly associated with the project to speak tonight. With that, do we have any citizen wishing to speak? Please approach the podium and give your name and address. Any citizen wish to speak?
My name is Paul Nelson. My address is 7548 29th Avenue, Kenosha, Wisconsin. And I
Wait, one sec.
I had it off. Okay, sorry. My name is Paul Nelson, and my address is 7548 29th Avenue, Kenosha, Wisconsin. And I'm here because I do not want the casino in Kenosha. I oppose it, but I want to know things about it because I've been hearing things. I'm worried about safety, both financially and publicly, for the citizens of Kenosha. And I also don't fully understand why, when Thursday we were told by many people they didn't want it, it was voted to go forward, or why we had a Potawatomi, I believe, another Indian tribe here in Wisconsin, associated in Milwaukee. They had a representative come in and say the IG was not done the way the law requires it to be done, and based on what he has done with that group for their holdings here in Kenosha. I was hoping this might illuminate some of the things that were brought up on last Thursday night's meeting as to why we're here tonight for going forward, when many people at the meeting I was at on Thursday said, we don't want this. We do not support this. And I'm hoping you can help me understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Thank you. Ever met a microphone I didn't like? My name's Kevin Krantz. I am here with my wife, Beth. We live on 60th Street, 16807 60th Street. Needless to say, our proximity to the proposed casino development is very close. And I can tell you that over the years that we have lived in the community, the traffic on 60th Street, especially with the construction on 50th, has become quite busy. Numerous accidents on that street. I believe that the area that we live in was originally intended and continues to be rather agricultural and quite nice. I drive by that corner virtually every day. In my view, the last thing that that community needs, the very last thing that that community needs, is a casino development on that corner. I look around and I see a lot of other areas that might be available, and I believe are much better suited to the development of a casino on a Hard Rock hotel than that side of the street that's in a cornfield that they're going to access either off of 50th or they're going to access off the next exit north of there. And we already have traffic issues in that community. That's not an area that is supportive of that kind of commercial development. It's not a good site. The access is limited. I can't understand why the developers would even look at a site like that. There's no exit at the site. You've got a route in both directions. And both of those exits now are, it's very congested. A casino development there is not in keeping with the community that we lived in, or that we live in. It's certainly not the community that we moved into, and that we've invested a substantial amount of money to live on that street, only to have more traffic, and quite frankly, more congestion, more headache, and reduce the quality of our lives. I don't see the benefit, and I think that it is an injustice and a grave disservice to the community. I don't really care about the tax benefits to the community. I don't care that they're going to bring in increased revenue to the community. To me, that does not compensate for the quality of life issues that the residents are going to experience, or I should say the degradation of the quality of life experience that all of the residents around. I don't know a single person in my community, not one on that street, that support this development. And I don't see any historical connection to the Menominee tribe in that particular piece of property. That's not historically part of the Menominee Nation. It's just like, it seems to me that there was a farm field for sale. Somebody came along and offered a bunch of money, and they decided to put a casino there. It's the wrong place, it's the wrong time, and I urge this body to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Steve Guillaume. I'm at 6717 144th Avenue in Kenosha. I'm the HOA president of Strawberry Creek. We have approximately 200 homes. We have about 20 lots that are vacant right now that we can't sell. We're making every effort for an appreciation in home values. I oppose this casino as this will put our home values, when we moved in 4 years ago, my wife Julie and I, where homes we're anticipated to be somewhere in the $1 million range. Houses that are $500,000 to $1 million are going to be much less. I've been to other Hard Rock Cafe hotels hotels and casinos, one specifically in Gary, Indiana, where it looks like a warehouse with a big sign. It's going to deteriorate our values from a home perspective. We can't get police support where we are right now today. As we all are dealing with homelessness, poverty, this casino is going to bring nothing more than that if you've seen other casinos in the Chicagoland area. And we have an eyesore sitting of a sign, whether it's a guitar or some aspect. Is somebody going to monitor what's going to be put up? Because the back of my house has a clear view of the lights of the highway. Is that what I want to see? Is that what I'm going to be able to resell my house? Quite frankly, everyone in our community is against this and oppose this. And with the poverty and the homelessness, not having police in the area to be able to support what we have today. I have the police chief that's currently there now, and he's a lone soldier. We're lucky if we can get someone coming through our community, and then compound that with traffic and all of the other aspects of support that we won't get. It's putting our whole west side of the highway at risk of becoming an environment that no one's going to want to move to, as close as it is going to be the casino. I don't know what's been given by the Menominee tribe. Potawatomi is basically, I know, in advance of trying to stop this as well, but $3.5 million of revenue is not enough. I mean, and there's no protection for our environment. And then having gate revenue, where's that going to go to? Are we really going to subsidize some aspects of the Bristol community, of the Kenosha schooling? We can't get teachers, we can't get improvements because the budget's so tight. So how is Menominee going to fund that? So, in essence, someone better be standing up here because we're deteriorating the nature of what Kenosha is. And since COVID and the riots, is this really what we want to start? Where we now have, with the shortage of police force, incumbent upon them with the least amount of police to have them patrol this? It's unconscionable that you guys would approve this. And I'm hoping that as the HOA president and during my tenure that I do not see this, and I'm going to do whatever I can all the way up through the governor's office to make sure that we band together and oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizen wish to speak?
My name is Mike. My last name is Nedvedek. I live at 7413 10th Avenue here in Kenosha. I appreciate the comments of everybody here. They've got a pretty good cross-section of the reasons against, and I'm against it too. But instead of giving you my reasons against it, they were life experiences living in other towns and other cities, and the promises of the casinos didn't come through to the fullest extent. In fact, it was less than the fullest extent. However, I'd like to throw something else out, an alternative to work on if the city is just looking for revenue and growth and citizens, good citizens. Let's pursue some industries. And everybody's going to go, oh, we're in the middle of a recession. There are no industries. Yes, there are. There are companies in Germany, and they are in a category called Mittelstand, which means they're medium-sized companies. They are leaving Germany because they can't get energy, because Germany has turned off their nuclear reactors, they've shut down their coal plants, they're putting up windmills, et cetera, et cetera. Those companies are actively, as of today, not just today, but even today they're active. They are moving to China and they're moving to the United States. Let's spend our energies and monies courting them, finding out what's there. Let's not spend time, waste time on a casino. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizen wish to speak?
Good evening. I'm Pamela Mundling, 7327 11th Avenue, beautiful Kenosha. And I have a couple of questions. Who's chasing who on this deal? Are we chasing the casino, or does the casino really want to come down to Kenosha? Don't get me wrong, I like Kenosha. I moved here more than 30 years ago. I liked it so much. We have Parkside, we have Carthage, we have Herzing universities, and we seem to be addicted to attracting low-skilled jobs. I don't get that. Why? Is this the best we can do? I also find it interesting that anytime we have a big campaign year coming up, the casino issue seems to come up. This is the third time in 20 years. What's going on? What am I missing? Somebody please explain that to me. It does do a lot to get the voters out. I will say that. I'm concerned that nothing in the agreement, first of all, the agreement is not totally complete, I don't think. But there's nothing in the agreement that guarantees an entertainment complex or nice restaurants. Now, I would be into an entertainment complex and nice restaurants, because who wants to drive to Milwaukee for that? I don't mind if I want to lose $35 in 5 minutes at a roulette table. I don't mind driving to Milwaukee for that, because I'm not going to do it very often. And yes, I did lose $35 in 5 minutes at a roulette table with 7 spins. And at that point, I said, you know what? It's time to do something else. This is just not good. So I went and played the quarter slots with $20 and lasted 2 or 3 hours. Much better use of my money. So I'm not opposed to gambling per se. But I would like an entertainment complex and nice restaurants. Not that we don't have some decent restaurants here in Kenosha, but a little something different. I'm not really into having a casino in Kenosha. I think we can do better. I think with our technical schools, our 4-year degree schools, we could entice businesses to come here that require high skills and high levels of learning, and we're not going after them, and I want to know why. And I leave you with that thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other citizen wish to speak?
Hello, Tobin Boyle, 6815 35th Avenue, Kenosha, Wisconsin. I've been a lifelong resident of the city of Kenosha. I represent building trades members from the Southeastern Wisconsin Building and Construction Trades Council. We wholeheartedly endorse this project. The proposal for a casino and entertainment center project in Kenosha with the Menominee Indian Tribe of Wisconsin at the Hard Rock will be a huge win for our region. Not only will the project create hundreds of good quality paying construction jobs, but also create more than 1,000 permanent jobs when it's up and running. The proposed intergovernmental agreement between the tribe and the city will benefit all residents and reinforce the Menominee's commitment to being a good neighbor and a solid partner. The project already has bipartisan local support from both local officials and residents, and we hope this dream can soon become a reality. Our unions and thousands of our members support job-creating projects like this, and we urge the county to do their due diligence and approve the agreements. There are a lot of great things going on right now in Kenosha, and this project will benefit the entire region. The project is expected to include gaming, a new hotel, new restaurant options, and a new live entertainment venue. This will make Kenosha even more attractive to visitors who will generate new consumer spending beyond the casino. Kenosha is already a great place to live, work, and play, and this new proposed project will make it even more appealing to visitors and residents alike. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizen wish to speak?
Hello, my name is Axel Segovia. I live at 1850 17th Avenue. I was only been recently made aware of the casino. That could be my own, just not knowing. But when I found out that there was a casino being built, I strongly disagree with having a casino in Kenosha. I've lived here for a little over 10 years, my wife and I, and we moved here. We loved the city, and I love being here. I love going to the lake. I love doing a lot of things that are in Kenosha. I've been in cities that have casinos, and I don't want the reputation of Kenosha to be that of having a casino in it. I have family members who live in towns where they built casinos, and I don't see any of the improvements that they promised. Or, if anything, I end up seeing a lot of people spending a lot of time in the casinos and seeing hardworking people losing their money in casinos, and all the things that they promise fall short. So I don't have a lot more to say to that, but I strongly oppose that, and I wish you all would consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Catherine Woods, 3908 51st Avenue, Kenosha. I only have 3 questions. The first one is, why is this all of a sudden a big rush? Actually, 4 questions. Whose palms are being greased to make it go through this quickly? To the union people, are you guaranteed that you're going to actually have that job? Have they said, yes, we're going to hire union people, we're going to hire you specifically? And the last question is, 1,000 people, that's great if there are 1,000 people from Kenosha, but are they going to bring their own people in? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizen wish to speak?
Hi, my name is Lori Pickens. I'm Executive Director for Citizens Against Expanded Gambling. We are a statewide grassroots organization that actually fights the expansion of gambling in Wisconsin. I've actually opposed several of these types of proposals, ranging the gamut, and in every single one, they've proceeded exactly the same way. Very little information, very little detail, zero transparency, lack of details, and always before a major holiday. It's pretty convenient. Kenosha residents, the very ones that have elected you, are certainly entitled to the details that are lacking in this proposal. This has not been a normal process. I'm pretty sure that anyone that lives in this community can tell you that nothing's been rushed through like this with the lack of detail that it has. There also seems to be a number of elected officials, as well as the media, who have been kept in the dark, have expressed frustration and with the lack of information and an inability to speak with the representatives of the casino. There's no state, local, or federal timeline requiring the IGAs to be this fast-tracked. This process has been cloaked in a cloud of secrecy. We hear bits and pieces of it, and then suddenly it pops on an agenda. And now the city and county officials are rushing to approve an intergovernmental agreements without the time to fully understand and discuss what this negotiated deal actually means. This started in Bristol. I watched it unfold when the Seminole Tribe filed an LLC group with the Department of Financial Institutions by the name of Kenosha Land Co. Pretty indescriptive. And pushed for an option to buy nearly 60 acres, which, based on what they're proposing, 60 acres is not really required. A lot of question on what they're going to actually do with all that land. But the Bristol Village board members denied that it was the Florida Seminole Tribe until someone actually pointed it out to them, and then suddenly they were quiet, that this was the city of Kenosha's problem, not theirs. They were just doing a transaction. What's the governing authority on this? Well, we don't really know. The city administrator told public radio in an interview July 18th of this previous year that an agreement between the city and the casino developers, aka the Florida Tribe, is all but finalized. Nearly 4 months have passed, and the Menominee Tribe hasn't bothered to update Chapter 594 ordinances, which is what's going to be the governing ordinances for this land should it become sovereign. Last updated in 2004, it still identifies the land. The parcel is the wrong parcel. It's Dairyland Park. These ordinances are supposed to mirror the city and the county ordinances, but the IGA says they'll update similar to your local ordinances. Well, what does similar mean? How is it defined? That's very subjective and ambiguous term. And once this IGA is signed, you've lost your ability to go back and define similar or come up with negotiating on differences of opinions of what some of these ordinances may or may not mean. The Seminole Tribe is also not covered in the IGA, as it includes a waiver, as it does not include a waiver of sovereign rights, specifically for the Florida Seminole Tribe. Menominee has no obligation to get them to enforce whatever the agreement has been for construction, for management, or how they operate the casino. And this process hasn't really followed a normal process. It's just been pushed through with a lot of to be determined in the agreements. Not really sure why the city and the county has separated your intergovernmental agreements, and historically they've been combined. Certainly strengthens your position to be able to negotiate better terms, to protect your citizens, to understand the details, and to make sure all these I's are dotted and T's are crossed. With less than a week before this goes to the floor, there won't be enough time to get those details. We really need some experts to actually look at this thing, that understand tribal law, to understand these casinos, to understand how the local county governments and city governments are supposed to work together, and most importantly, protect the citizens that elected you into these very offices. So I strongly think you should take a step back and look at how you might combine and come up with a joint IGA. Certainly put your citizens' best interests first. Get together the details so that people know what they're voting on. I mean, you've heard residents who are very concerned about where this is going to go and how it's going to be developed.
10 seconds left.
It's you're not doing the citizens who elected you a very good service if you're not actually understanding what it is you're going to be signing and hope for the best later.
Thank you. Any other citizen?
Michael McTurnan, 6633 Green Bay Road, Kenosha, Wisconsin. I'm a real estate attorney in Kenosha for the past 25 years, and I can assure you that my clients always follow the process the government sets forth for development. They welcome that process, whether it's the most basic, fundamental addition to a business or a huge Strawberry Creek development like I handled for the owners. They sat down with the city, with the county, with the village of Bristol, and spent years going through the process. I represent the Forest County Potawatomi, and I welcome all those processes as well. They've invested over $32 million in Kenosha County, literally blocks from this site, and they follow those processes. They've been in those processes with the community to make certain that those developments are done according to the rules of the community. Why? Because that's what's in the best interest of the community. And what you see here is the Forest County Potawatomi, they do oppose this process because there are so many non-gaming economic development projects in Kenosha County that are not being adequately reviewed and evaluated and determined how they're impacting. As I said, the clients of mine follow these processes. They look at traffic before they come to you for approval. They look at drainage. How is downstream going to be impacted by their project? They look at the economics. Is this project going to put a bunch of businesses out of business? And they also make the community aware of the site plan, so the property owners around them know exactly where this property is being developed. None of that is here, not a bit. And I bring that to the point of you're putting all 60 acres into a tribal trust to be forever taken off of the controls of this body and the city. How do you, they're telling you, they know they're going to put gaming there. They may put live entertainment. They may put a hotel. But are they going to put a smoke shop? They're entitled to. Are they going to put a gas station? How about a tattoo parlor? Are they going to put an adult gift shop? Are they going to put a massage parlor? They're going to run a gun shop. How about put down a payday loan store? The code and ordinance says it's entitled to place convenience, service, and retail, except you have no idea what they're going to use it for. None. Why are we going through this process and just rushing this through? It's because the city told you you had to? Why does the city, and since when does the city control the county? You're your own body. You're your own politic. Act that way and look out for the best interest of your community. You know, the IGA, even on your stand, you can look at it and say, okay, you are hearing presentations from the city that the Florida Seminole Tribe is going to be actively involved in this project, yet they're not in your IGA. Why not? Why haven't they waived sovereign immunity the way the Menominee have? Federal law. Under federal law, the Florida Seminoles immune from suit for conduct on Indian land. They're going to be operating on Indian Menominee land. So why don't you have them at the table with the Menominees? IGA purports to apply all state and local laws to the proposed development of the casino, the hotel, concert venues, and revenues. The IGA relies on this point on the state compact, and it makes certain safety building safety laws applicable to the casino. However, federal law, which is rules, and it'll trump state law in this compact, says it doesn't apply. The IGA can't change federal law. Is anyone concerned about the county being left out without a remedy? And who's reviewing these plans? Strawberry Creek had the county, had the village, had the city review them for years. 3 years it took me to get it through approval. Here we're talking 3 days and 3 meetings? And what are the expertise of the Menominee that are reviewing these? I'll put up the county experts in your department, in your planning. I'll put the city experts up against anybody in the country. They do wonderful work, yet they're set aside. And we're going to rely on a Menominee tribe 200 miles away to do the planning. I have a lot more to say and a lot more points to bring up, and I'll bring them up at committees, but why are we taking all of this land and putting in trust? You only need under the casino compact to put the 6 acres that the casino is placing in trust. That's what the Forest County Potawatomi did. That's what the city of Milwaukee and the county of Milwaukee made them do. Put the casino in trust, the hotel, the parking garage, and all the other improvements are subject to government control. They're not in trust, and the government has a say. You should do the same.
Thank you. Please hold your applause or anything. Any other citizen comments? Any other citizen comments? Any other citizen comments? Seeing none, citizen comments are closed. Okay, we're now going to begin the presentation. In addition to the project team, we have members of county staff here to answer any questions that might come up. And as I mentioned, we also have our outside counsel, Jenna McLean, here. Jenna, is there anything you would like to say before we get started?
Yes, thank you for having me here, and I appreciate all the comments I'm hearing tonight. I thought it'd be helpful to tell you a little bit about myself and what I do. Mr. Chairman said that I was a tribal lawyer. I'm actually not. I'm a federal Indian law lawyer. And that distinction is really important because this project is governed entirely by federal law. It's not a question of local law. And I've represented communities, states, and local governments all over the country on these sorts of projects. I've been doing that for 22 years. And I understand and I've heard all the concerns I'm hearing tonight in the context of those other cases. I've even represented the city of Coconut Creek, Florida, negotiating an intergovernmental agreement with the Seminole tribe. So my hope here is that I can answer the questions that the board may have or the public has about how this process actually works, because it is a question of federal law, and it is the federal government ultimately that makes this decision with the governor having a role, and I think that's really important for everyone to understand. But thank you for having me, and I will address any questions people have.
Thank you. Okay, who's going to make the presentation for who's going to start? Please come up to the podium.
There's going to be multiple people speaking on different pieces, Chairman.
Okay.
Both those mics work.
Now, Poso, Mao Pamata Sewak, Yope Yosenet Case Pia Daya, so Manowichni Kakikitia, Kino Sa, Mini Kane, in a Tua Ketchka Kanamuk, Waiwanan Katanani Mua Kom Kitchkiwak E Hayos and Aniwak Matamosak. So patch Kakikitia, so patch Nakasotoea Kom Nacho Matno Manewak, Nach Pimata Sewak and its Aspia Tatua Ehiom Kenosha Minikane. I greet you. I'm very honored to greet you in my language, my ancestral language, here on our ancestral Menominee land. In our language, Kenosha, we say Kenosha, Little Pike or Pike Place. Very important place historically for our tribal members. Also, Chicago, another community that was named from one of our Menominee words, along with many other towns, cities, and villages all along the southern and western part of Lake Michigan here. We're very honored this evening to be in front of so many colleagues, leaders, supervisors for the county. As I'm obligated for my people, I ask permission from those older than I that I speak here this evening to present a little bit on behalf of our presentation for the casino and, more importantly, the entertainment center that we want to bring to the Kenosha area. So as most of you may be aware, we come from northeastern Wisconsin, where our current reservation is, just a little over 235,000 acres. Our people, we're woodland people, and we've always depended on the waterways. The Wolf River, the Menominee River, leading all the way through Lake Poygan, all the way here into the southern part. So water's always been an important piece for us. We are most commonly known as one of the tribes that was terminated in 1954. Through termination, we lost many pieces of our identity through termination, an act that was pushed through Congress to terminate us as a sovereign nation. They tried to strip our language, our culture, our traditions, our way of life, and to fully assimilate us into the Western lifestyle, turn woodland gatherers and small farmers into huge farm productions. And with that came several negative consequences. A lot of our people, we used to have a well-running hospital on the reservation. That was shut down. And when that was shut down, so went the ability to provide proper health care for our tribal members. We used to have our own governance before that. That was terminated as well when we were terminated as a tribe. And so there were so many trickle effects that happened. And at one time, it is said that not only us as Menominee people, but all of our tribal people all over Wisconsin, when we allowed the Potawatomi to settle in Wisconsin, the Ho-Chunk people, our Ojibwe relatives to the north, all of us at one time, we all communicated, hunted, and gathered in a friendly manner. And so today, we find that it's a different struggle for us today. We all get along just fine when we're at celebrations, when we're at community events, but when it comes to a casino, now all of a sudden we don't agree with one another. And it breaks my heart because that's not the traditions we're raised with. That's not the way we were taught to be, to look out for one another, to care for one another. And so to be here and try and defend the position of my tribe and give this presentation, it's very hurtful that we have to do these types of things. We're very honored to spend time with you, the county board, the supervisors, each and every one of you, and the people you serve. So today, we're just hoping to help you understand a little bit about who we are, a lot about the project. We have our Hard Rock partners with us. They will be speaking. We have our tribal attorney with us. He will be speaking and helping to answer questions as well. My older relative and I, we just want to speak a little bit to help you understand the nation that we represent, the people that we come from. So when we were restored as a tribe in 1973, one of the last acts by then President Richard Nixon, our tribe had worked very diligently to bring back governance to the Menominee people. And so that led to 1979, our very first tribal legislature. From that moment forward, we started to rebuild many aspects for our tribe, looking at proper health care, once again bringing a clinic back to our nation. We do have a very small, modest clinic where we do serve some of the needs of our tribal members. But the needs are great. Our asks are many, and we know that. We know what we are asking is much from the leaders here of Kenosha. The educational opportunities, we have one tribal school on our reservation, fully operated by our tribe, and we also have 3 Wisconsin public schools in association with Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction. And those are in 2 of our largest communities. And we are one of 2 tribes in the state of Wisconsin that utilized minimal funding we had, allocated it toward building our own tribal college, the College of Menominee Nation. But that college is in need of much repair. The infrastructure is failing. We're not able to hire and maintain instructors and professors the way we would like to. Some of the funding from the entertainment center would help us to retain highly qualified and skilled professors, teachers in our middle school, in our grade school, in our high school. Aspects we would like to bring back to the infrastructure, the new world we live in, the cyber world, cyber infrastructure. We all know that's a heavy lift on any community, any city, any county, and we are no different. We struggle severely with the ability to pay for such things. Our economic development struggles where we are from. We have about just a little over 8,700 tribal members, and we have some small businesses, very few small businesses. And so again, this would help give us the opportunity to foster entrepreneurship for our tribal members, help those small businesses that are struggling to get off the ground, provide a quality of life. Right now, so many of our tribal members, we speak about a better quality of life, our current quality of life. We don't have a quality of life for many of our tribal members. We have many of our children that only meals they get is during the week at school. We have our elders that struggle for care. There are so many pieces that this facility would help pull our tribe from being the 72nd county, poorest county in the state of Wisconsin, help pull us up, let us build it, let us foster our community. There's a lot of things personally I would like to continue, but I want to honor my older colleague here that is up here with me presenting for the tribe, so I'll hand it over to Mr. Gary Bisa.
Also, these short guys. Also, Nathan we mark na costa powers and as we see and total manual our oasa got man which kick them. When in Board of Supervisors, we thank you for the kind attention that you're giving, and I thank all of those in the audience that had given comment for your care for your community. That's important. In looking at what is in front of us now, in 2015, when our previous attempt had been denied by our then Governor Walker, I had been our tribal chairman several terms as tribal chair. I have a master's degree in education administration from UW-Madison. I'm actually ABD out of that tribal admin program. And we understand what you are feeling and what you are talking about. We, as Menominee people, we have almost 250,000 acres of forest. It's one of the premier forests in the world. We have visitors from all over Turtle Island, from all over this big blue planet, who come to us and look at how we are taking care of that. That's part of the lungs of Wisconsin. And we are forest people. That's who we are. And we are not allowed to tear apart that forest. That forest is part of us. Those things in our way, those things are alive. And there are relatives, the animals, the birds, the fish, that's part of us. We have a hard time trying to find business that can be truly supportive of the people on our reservation. When we had looked at a casino and an entertainment center, we thought we only want to go and come forward with a quality, very much so, a quality provider, and that happens to be Hard Rock. We look at the competition surrounding here, and only when we bring that branded quality to compete against any of the competitors that we see the market now is growing. We see what's happening in Chicago and in other places. We know that the quality for employment, you will see in a minute just how it's beyond what we can talk about. It's real when we look at some of the premier awards that they have in providing jobs for individuals, quality jobs. We talk about people that do not have that ability or that education. If they are low on that entry scale, we know what Hard Rock does in bringing them up, in working with them for advancement. That's important. That should just ring out with applause to all of us that want that. We look at the types of entertainment. The city of Kenosha could very much so use the entertainment that it provides. You're going to hear, and I'm glad we had some of these questions, or some of these comments, you're going to hear many of those things answered in this presentations that you're going to be hearing. This is quality, and the city of Kenosha deserves that. When we look at why does Menominee want this here, and are we bringing employees? Are we going to fill the casino with Menominee workers? Menominee will take the revenue after we've shared it, as we'll hear on here. Menominee will take our share of that revenue, and we want to look at helping the unmet needs on our reservation. We want to look at jobs and infrastructure improvements up north where we are. That's what we need. This is that chance here. And you have a lot to say about whether or not that can happen. So we look to you and ask you to help us. We do not come here as an enemy. We do not come here, and this is not a ploy. We see you as our relatives. We see you as our neighbors. We want you to come back several years, however many years from now, and say, oh, you were right. This is helping us. We want to see that. At this time, I would like to start that presentation then to answer some of these questions and concerns. And I will first call on Mr. Ed Tracy, who is President and CEO of Hard Rock Asia, to start with some of the presentation, and I thank you for your time.
Good evening. I want to start by thanking the chair and the county supervisors for indulging us and allowing us to be part of this process. You might ask yourself, legitimately, what is a guy who's in charge of Asia doing in Kenosha? I'm here because the chairman of the company was unable to make it, and I'm number 2 on the org chart. I also spent some time working in this market in beautiful Brookfield, Wisconsin, early in my career as a general manager of a Marriott Hotel for Hotel Investors Trust. I'd also like to add personally that we want to thank those who voiced their support tonight, but Hard Rock respects those who are not in favor of this project. We hope that tonight we can shed some light, answer some questions, and hopefully bring a different view to what we think Hard Rock's role is and why it's important to our tribal client, Menominee, and why it would be important to Kenosha and the state of Wisconsin. I'm going to try to be brief to respect everybody else's time, but I want to give a little bit of data points so I can illustrate one of our strengths, obviously, is the power of our brand. Hard Rock started in 1971 with one cafe in London and has grown into a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate operating in 60 countries around the world. We currently have 306 Hard Rock branded venues. We generated about $9 billion in revenues last year. System-wide, we have 50,000 employees, and I'm going to stress this, that's the biggest asset that Hard Rock has is this 50,000 team members, because every day of our lives, we get up, we have 3 things that we have to do. We got to satisfy the guest, and that takes our team members. Our responsibility is to satisfy the expertise of those employees, which means give them the tools to not only succeed, but to accelerate their careers. And of course, after almost 50 years in this business, I can tell you, if you do those 2 things correctly, you'll get the 3rd thing, and that's satisfy your owner. And that's the profit mode of the business we're in. And we're not here to create any illusions. We would like to do a medium-sized integrated resort, but at the end of the day, we all know that the casino is the tail that wags the dog. And we owe it to our client to bring the power of our brand to Kenosha. Annual guest experiences exceeded 140 million. We served approximately 14.6 meal covers last year. Not quite McDonald's, but close. Back about 15 years ago, when the Seminole tribe of Florida became the owner of Hard Rock, one of our inside mottos was, we're going to conquer the hospitality business one burger at a time. And of course, it's grown into a global hotel and casino operator and entertainment company. We currently have 19,000 hotel rooms in 36 hotels. Many of those are non-gaming hotels. And I'm just going to use one example. The Hard Rock Hotel in Orlando, Florida is a non-gaming hotel. It is themed with a Harry Potter theme, and we are part of the amusement park there. It has the highest occupancy, the highest rate, the highest RevPAR of any hotel, including the Four Seasons, the Ritz, the Marriott, and the Hyatt in Orlando. And why is that? Our demographic is 8 to 88, so we have the ability to be a family-oriented hotel with no casino in it, and we also have the ability to have a high-powered, high-energy, high-entertainment casino in our hotels as well. Merchandise, I challenge anybody in this room to walk through, well, let's pick O'Hare because it's close, and not see a Hard Rock hat, T-shirt, or pin. We've been at that for a little over 50 years, and I know there's collectors in this room tonight who not only have the pins, but the shot glasses. It's a big part of our business, and it's one of the reasons I think our brand is as strong as it is. People like our merchandise. In our database, we currently have nearly 27 million active participants in Hard Rock products. We have 87,000 priceless, iconic pieces of memorabilia, and it started in London in 1971 when Eric Clapton liked to go get a cheeseburger and a cold one. He liked to sit at the bar, and oftentimes the bar was full. So he made a deal with the manager and said, I will give you one of my guitars and sign it, and you put it up on the wall, and I want the end bar stool. So they put a plaque in the bar stool. They got the first piece of memorabilia. Why is it important? It's part of our brand. It's part of the power of our brand. It's also how we educate people about the music industry. And again, we think our demographic is 8 to 88. Chuck Berry died when he was 88, and that was kind of the end of an era there. So talk about entertainment. What are the differentiators with Hard Rock? One is the power of the brand. One of its expertise and success at developing hotels, casinos, and restaurants. Two is its financial strength, which we'll talk about in a second. But also 36,000 live music events in a year. And that ranges anything from a guitar player from a local jurisdiction playing in one of our lounges to, recently Billy Joel, Bruce Springsteen, and the Rolling Stones playing in Hollywood, Florida. It's a huge part of who we are. We're entertainment first, hospitality second, and third, casino. But yeah, we make a lot of money in the casino business. I'm not pulling any punches about that. You can all read financial statements, you know that. Back to our biggest asset, and that's our team members, 50,000 strong. What do we do differently? Some of the underlying mottos about Hard Rock that have been around for 50-some years are not just buzzwords. Love all, serve all. We have a very big commitment to diversity, both in our customer base and in our team members. Save the planet. We have a lot of initiatives, not only philanthropically, but directed exactly at environmental protection here and in the markets that we serve. And take time to be kind. I think all of us know that the business that we're in is high-powered. It is fast-moving. It is sometimes difficult. The competition is cutthroat in many of these jurisdictions. But we believe the way we treat people is the way we want to be treated. So take time to be kind and think about what you're saying to people and how you're treating them. It's part of the reason that you'll see on the screen that Hard Rock continues to be voted by our peers and by Forbes magazine best employer in our size company, and not just best employer in Mexico, in the United States, amongst women and amongst new grads, for example. So in a lot of categories. And again, coming back to this consistent brand awareness growth, we have a slide that shows that despite the fact that we have consistently performed in the top 10% of companies globally in recognition, not just in the United States, but as you can see on this slide, I won't go through all of them, in China, not surprising, in Central, South America, in Europe, Eastern Europe, and in Japan. And the interesting part of it is it continues to grow. And I think it continues to grow because the company is growing. We have more interactions with more employees and more interactions with customers around the globe. So Hard Rock's evolved from a cafe in London into a global brand that brings power. And that power is defined by the customer knows the experience they're going to get, and they're going to travel to it. The whole idea of building these kinds of facilities is to get people from over there, wherever over there is, to come here. So it's not just about the local population or what's available in the state of Wisconsin. It's about, can we have an impact globally? Do I expect to see a huge influx of, for example, folks from China? I probably don't, realistically. But I do know that if people are visiting, and they're visiting their children in universities, or they're on road trips in the summer, that they see the Hard Rock brand, they're going to pay close attention to it because they know it, they know what to expect, and they trust the brand. And we want to bring that power to our tribal partner, should you go down that path. J.D. Powers is a consumer, rates a lot of things. Our hotels have been rated in the top in the country. I won't bore you with all those details. But here's one that I think is really important. I'm going to skip over to how much money Hard Rock has raised for projects around the globe. And one of the concerns you ought to have, as been pointed out, is whether or not the partner has the ability to bring the project to the finish line if you go down that path. And the answer is with Hard Rock, we have the financial ability to do that. There are a number of things that I can point to. And as you look at these, a lot of these are very, very big projects. Some are medium-sized projects, but we also do small projects. Then obviously we do cafes, and we do those around the globe. I think it's important to see, for example, in Sacramento, for our tribal client, we raised a significant amount of money, and we're going to show you the results of that. So you can judge for yourself what the product will look like, and I know that's a question that's been asked. Successful track record with development. I don't need to spend a lot of time on that. You can see that. Again, we didn't end up global by not being successful, and we're very careful about who we partner with, we're very careful about the markets we go into, and we're very careful about how we execute on the needs in the communities that host us. This is an interesting, for those of you who look at finance, and you look at credit ratings around the casino industry, Hard Rock is the only gaming company, and this is not just recent, this is at least for the last 8 years, and that our debt has been rated investment grade. And what that means is that we have the ability and have repaid all of our debt. Our current coverage is less than 1 turn. And what that means is we generate enough cash flow from our existing business in 1 year to cover all the debt for the entire company globally. That's a pretty phenomenal accomplishment. And part of that is because we are, in fact, careful, and we are, in fact, pretty conservative. So I'll skip over and look at some pretty pictures here for a couple of minutes. I think it's important, again, because there have been, I've been told that there were some questions about what do we think it's going to look like if we go down this path. Here's some detail from Sacramento, which is a fairly recent opening. Again, it's a tribal client. After less than 1 year in the market, they are #1 in market share and have been able to refinance the financing because of the results that they've been able to achieve. So you just keep flipping here because I see people's eyes glazing over, including mine. And we do have entertainment in all of our facilities. Sometimes in a cafe, it's a rather small stage. But again, it's part of our brand, it's part of our DNA, and we make that commitment, again, to the markets that we go into. And then, of course, I'm sure you know that Hard Rock was the first gaming company to be involved in professional sports in a meaningful way. Our relationship with the New York Yankees goes back about 12 years, where we became the manager for the New York Yankees steakhouses. There's no slide for this. I'm ad-libbing here. But I think more importantly, and that's an important relationship to us today, the Yankees organization are partners with Hard Rock in our, we're in a competition for a license in Japan. And Yankees are big in baseball, and they have Japanese players, and they felt this was something they wanted to be part of. So they are a minority partner with us there. But about 7 years ago, in discussions with the ownership of Miami Dolphins, we were offered an opportunity to brand Miami Stadium and Dolphin Stadium, and we had to go all the way to the top of the NFL. And we're the first gaming company really to be approved because they viewed us as entertainment and hospitality first and gaming third. And it's been very successful for us. So not only do we have a beautiful theater that seats about 7,000 at the closest hotel casino to the stadium in Hollywood, we have about 50,000 seat arena that we can use, and we've featured some of the bigger acts, whether it's Beyonce and Jay-Z or U2. It gives us a lot of flexibility, and it gives us great, again, global exposure. And now, 5 years ago, we would have said sports betting never happened. And today, it's like the gold rush. Everybody wants sports betting. Every team wants some kind of gaming, whether it's betting, sports betting, or casinos adjacent to or in their lobbies. And last week, Hard Rock announced its partnership with Steve Cohen, owner of the New York Mets, to develop a Hard Rock hotel and casino right next to Citi Field. So in that entertainment district, there'll be a Major League Soccer stadium. Arthur Ashe Stadium is already there. Citi Field is there, and Hard Rock, should we win that license, will be the new kid on the block in New York. So there's some renderings if you want to skip over to those. These are proposed renderings for Kenosha. In a lot of ways, it would be similar in size and scope to Sacramento. So you can see one that's, actually been executed on, built, and is up and operating successfully. We don't build, somebody called them Quonset huts. That's not what Hard Rock does. It's not part of our brand. Very often, depending on who our partner is, we do have to build out in phases, and that may or may not be the case here, but the market will dictate that. And if we have the ability to raise the funds to do it, then my view is, as was suggested to me today earlier, boy, we'd sure like to see the whole thing go up at once. That'd certainly be a clear objective. As the wise man says, we'll see. There's a lot of other issues here that relate directly to the project, and I'll be the first one to tell you I'm not the expert on that, but Hard Rock has Mr. Gill here, who's been working diligently on the ground with our tribal client and with designers, and I'll let him go through his presentation, and I'm available to take questions and hopefully give you a few answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Lauren Gill. I'm an advisor to the project, and I'm very proud and humbled to be here today. And I want to say thank you, Mr. Chairman, elected board members, and also, as Ed recognized, members of the community. I wanted to share a little bit about my story. I would have loved to have had a Hard Rock casino come into the area where I grew up, in a rural area in southern Illinois. I grew up on a farm, and I worked my way through college. I completed my degree in 3 years. Only reason why I completed my degree in 3 years is because I didn't have the money to be able to pay for 4 years. And one of my jobs, I got offered a job in Chicago, and I worked for the University of Chicago in food service. I started at the bottom, washing dishes, cooking, prepping, waiting tables, and doing a lot of stuff that nobody else wanted to do. And over the next 25 years, I was very honored and blessed. I attended the Northwestern University, where I earned my MBA in 1995, paid my own way, went to night school. And I was recruited by one of the largest casino companies in the country, Harrah's Entertainment, now Caesars. I did development projects for 14 different casinos across the country with Harrah's, Boyd Gaming, and also additional privately held companies, as well as tribal government gaming. And so what Mr. Ed said earlier about the ability to have a company that is so strong and take care of people and help them grow is really proof positive, and that's what we hope to bring here to Kenosha as well as the region. And so I'm also very honored to have such good friends with the Menominee people. I'm honored and blessed to be able to work with them. They're really good people, and they've proven to be very positive people in the community. And so it's been an honor to help them bring this project to where it is today and hopefully into the future. And it's always great to work with tribal communities. The last 10 years, I've worked with tribal communities across the country. I'm an advisor and a consultant to multiple Native American tribes. And that is my calling and my blessing of over 25 years of working in this industry. So earlier somebody said, which I respect, it's only low-paying jobs. That is absolutely not the case. across our industry. Sure, we have cooks and cleaners, but we also have accounting executives. We have law enforcement support. We have designers and builders of great facilities. We have executives, marketing executives, leaders, managers, and supervisors across the country. And that is a great thing to bring to the community. And so today, I'm again very honored to be here on behalf of the Menominee and Hard Rock to share some of the details of the project. First and foremost, unlike commercial casinos, there's a very rigid process to get casinos approved, both at the city level and county level, as well as at the state level and federal level. And we've highlighted some of those key project milestones that we foresee for this project going forward. First and foremost is the intergovernment agreements for the city and county, and that's what we've been working on most recently. Second of all is finalize the land into trust process, which we've discussed before, where the land that has an option today of 60 acres will eventually, if approved, will be turned into trust land so the Menominee can develop a great entertainment facility. And then going on further, there requires an administrative approval by the Department of Interior, as well as other approvals, including the governor of Wisconsin. And then last but not least, once those approvals are achieved, and where we see later in the year 2024 and 2025, approvals for financing, as well as other approvals with the city and county, that will be able to get the project approved. And what we wanted to say is we see then an 18-month to 24-month project construction, and we envision that happening, if everything goes according to schedule, around the end of 2026 or the first quarter of 2027. Mr. Ed Tracy spoke about a little bit about the region and the competitive market, and certainly there have been changes and developments over the last decade or so. During that time, this map shows what was happening in the region really around Chicago. And since then, what you'll see is significant increases in and around Chicago. What you see here is the red highlighted properties or projects are ones that are under development or have been announced. The green ones are Hard Rock facilities, one in northern Indiana, one that's underway and a temporary facility in Rockford, Illinois, and then the Kenosha project where we are today. Also, what you see is other projects potentially happening in Chicago by Bally's. They opened a temporary facility, as well as another Indian tribe opening a commercial casino in the south suburbs of Chicago. In the presentation, we laid out all of these to share with you the key highlights of what will happen in the community, really around Chicago, and the other potential developments here are with the Ho-Chunk Nation in Beloit, Wisconsin. Specifically, what we wanted to share today is a little bit about the site. And earlier, people talked about traffic. And yes, it is our intention to direct and drive traffic to the northern part of the parcels that are outlined here, down Highway 158 and 52nd Street. And so you see this map, and what it shows, obviously, is significantly less densely populated areas there on the north side, and less commercial activity as you see it today. Specifically, there are 5 parcels, about 60 acres, that are targeted for this site. And what we'll do is walk you through some of those highlights. This is a massing of the site and walks through the key components. As Ed Tracy spoke to earlier, the major components are the following. First and foremost, Hard Rock Live, the core part of the entertainment district of this Hard Rock Kenosha. Second of all, a casino, which we envision 1,500 slot machines and approximately 50 table games, as well as a variety of restaurants, ranging from a coffee shop to a high-end steakhouse and all points in between. And then last but not least, a 150-room hotel with related facilities for pool, spa, and other recreational opportunities. So when we talk about the project specifics, I'd like to walk you through a few of those. As I said earlier, 1,500 slots, 54 table games, and also a sports betting area in the casino. Highlighted, as always, the yellow brick road in Hard Rock leads to the Hard Rock Cafe, as well as I said, a variety of restaurants and a 150-room hotel. In this project, what we envision is that the Menominee will invest approximately $360 million into this community for the project development cost, and then just over $400 million in total project development cost. As I said earlier, the construction time, once all approvals are achieved, we envision that the project will be 18 to 24 months, as well as it will create significant jobs here in the community, between 800 and 900 construction jobs, as well as over 1,000 full-time permanent positions at the casino. On top of that, I think it's very important that we talk about the other trickle-down economy features, things that happen in the community. We see through our recent our economic impact study, what we see in the economic impact study is over 1,000 additional jobs created in the region, in the county, and those jobs will be service providers, people we do business with, people we do project work and support with here in the community. And then last but not least, we see over $50 million of estimated purchases and services that will be conducted here in the community. And when we look at financing, the financing piece of this is very important, because this is how the city and the county create revenues for the community. For the city and county, it is based off of what is net revenue. In the year 3 targets we have listed here before, the net revenue estimates are $235 to $275 million annually. We also have total revenues projected between $250 million and $295 million. And then last but not least, we have non-gaming revenue, which is restaurants and hotels, targeted to $15 to $25 million area. The first and highest priority of the Menominee tribe, is to pay off debt. And we look forward to refinancing this project at a lower rate in year 3 is the plan. And then also they will have some limited funds that will some limited funds that will be available for tribal members and tribal government for the reservation, as Gary and Joey spoke to earlier. And then last but not least, there's been a couple of other conversations that we've had previously just to talk a bit about it. The Menominee tribe will be the owners of this casino, and then they will ultimately be the investors who will put up the money. Hard Rock is the manager and developer of the project. And what's important to that is there have been many people who say that the money will be going to the Seminole Tribe of Florida, and that's actually not the case. This slide here shows of the earnings of the property, we estimate 87% of the earnings will be returned back to the Menominee tribe, and this is over run rate returns, and approximately 13% will actually go to the Seminole tribe. That is to cover their costs of development, as well as their costs of managing the facility on behalf of the Menominee tribe. Just to wrap up on a few last slides, we are at the beginning processes of the milestones that we laid out. Greenfield tribal casinos have their own unique specific agreements, rights, and processes, a few of which we've highlighted throughout the presentation. Certainly, as Ed said, Hard Rock is industry leaders, and they have experts in the field to be able to make this project happen for the community as well as for the Menominee. We have a team of architects, engineers, designers, and eventually we'll hire a general contractor who will be responsible for bringing this project to life. And then last but not least, we are fully underway in our environmental assessment as well as our traffic impact studies, and those will be completed here in the following few weeks. Certainly, we plan designing, developing, and creating a state-of-the-art facility, best of service and world-class experiences, as we spoke about earlier. True to the Hard Rock models, we are committed to diversity in our employment, as well as diversity in our suppliers, as well as in our business relationships. The tribe, as well as our team, are also committed to being a strong community partner, volunteerism, charitable donations, and local and regional support for the community in which we live and work. And then last but not least, we also have a plan to partner and support with Kenosha Area Tourism Corporation, and also partner with local, city, county, and state law enforcement. As we go forward through the last page or two, partners with the community are very, very important. They're important for all of us. Certainly in the facility, we have 24-hour security. We honor and respect all people who come into the facility. We will have support throughout the community, as well as on-duty and off-duty law enforcement that are part of our overall plan there. And then we have mutual aid and agreements in neighboring jurisdictions to help facilitate our business. Last but not least, the city is also, we're working with the city to provide a advanced life-saving vehicle, which will be approximately $1 million investment. And then also the city plans on building a campus for police, fire, emergency services, and public works on the west side of the I. So speaking on finances, a couple of quick things that come to mind. How does the money work? It works like this. The county of Kenosha in the first 8 years will receive 1% of the net gaming revenue. And then years 9 through is at 1.33% of net gaming revenue. For the first 12 years, because there's 2 years of payments prior to the casino opening, we estimate that number to be $30 million over those 12 years. Also, in the IGA is payments with the County of Kenosha regarding sales tax on non-gaming revenues, and those are at approximately $5.5 million. Kenosha City will receive 3% of the gaming revenue, or approximately $80 million, and then on top of that is significant support for community programs sponsored by both city and county, about $20 million. When you add that all together, it's a total of just over $135 million to the community through city and county over the first 12 years. This chart's a little bit of a seeing eye chart. I'll just touch the highlights. And the numbers on the top I discussed, approximately $110 million to city and county, plus the county taxes. And then school districts, an important call out. There are also payments for the school districts for 10 years of $750,000 per year for a total of $7.5 million in the first 10 years of operations. And in the middle part, there's a section of grants, which we'll talk about real quick. As I said earlier, the total payments over the first 12 years is estimated to be $110 to $115 million to the city and county, plus these listings of grants both for city and county. We'll walk through them real quick. As I said earlier, over the period, $7.5 million targeted for 3 school districts. Next, public museums and housing assistance programs at $5 million over the time period. Police, fire, EMS, public work campus, $3 million. Emergency life support and rescue vehicle, $1 million. Those are all targeted towards the city. And on the county side, we have approximately $4.2 million in the following 3 areas. Charitable donations for local and regional charities at $850,000. Responsible gaming programs and services, $750,000. And then a human services facility targeted at $2.6 million. With that, I want to again say thank you. We greatly appreciate your time. We appreciate your support. And again, we're honored and we're humbled to be here. And thank you again, Mr. Chairman, as well as elected members for your time. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Is your presentation completed now? Or? Okay. Any supervisors? Supervisor Belsky.
Thank you. I have some questions, and then I also have some comments. Let's see. 2004, we were given this, whoever was given this very comprehensive book, very complete. It had the proposal, the intergovernmental agreement, the project overview, the business plan. It had all the exhibits fully documented. It had Price Waterhouse and American Gaming Association studies. It had a market assessment. It had information from the American Gaming Association. It had multiple exhibits of the interior and exterior. It included the project labor agreement for construction. It also included the agreement for the tourism. So, pretty nice package. I wish we would have received it this time. And I wish we would have had more time to review it, because our current presentation is the agreement. That's it. And there's some exhibits missing. So my commentary, and it's to either Mr. Tracy or Mr. Gill, or our own attorney, McKay. McKay is correct?
McLean.
McLean. Okay. The other comments, the first comment I'd like to make is there are 18 casinos within a 2-hour drive. And more casinos are coming to Northern Illinois in a few years. And in the presentation, which, by the way, I think we would all appreciate a copy of your presentations. Thank you. It concerns me that from 2004 and 2013, it looks like we're pretty saturated, Northern Illinois and Wisconsin. So whomever can answer, Mr. Gill or Mr. Stroll or Mr. Tracy, when will Menominee file with the BIA, the Bureau of Indian Affairs?
Okay, who wants No, okay, hold on, we're having no problem. Okay, try now, John.
All right, thank you. My name is John Wilhelmy. I'm an attorney for the tribe. The tribe has filed with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, but it's not complete. One of the things we need to complete it, including other things, is these agreements with the city and county to show the Bureau. So it's been filed, but it's not complete yet. We hope to complete it by the end of the year.
And what about the exhibits that we currently have? Some are left bare.
Yeah, so I believe, Exhibit A is the legal description, Exhibit B is the map, Exhibit C are the tribal laws, and the tribal laws are, there was an oversight in putting it together in regard to the updated. They are scheduled to be updated this Thursday by the tribe, and that exhibit will be fixed prior to the county having to vote on it. I think Exhibit D was an example of how the payments would work. That was an exhibit that last time was prepared by the city or the county, I'm not sure. Happy to provide another one, but basically it shows, the net win payment versus the minimum payments and how that works. Exhibit E should be in there. That's a description of what is going to be built, a representation, and it lays out the various components of it. I think F is the sales tax agreement. That's in there, should be in there. That was not part of the IGA last time. It was a separate agreement, but the county wanted that to be part of the IGA, so that should be in there. Beyond that, I think the exhibits are like resolutions of the county, the city, the tribe. So those are sort of ongoing. Once they're made, they'd be able to be.
The one thing we don't have, and perhaps it's in that last presentation Mr. Gill gave, is the master planning and concept design work, and I'd also like to see it laid out in phases. What will be phase 1, 2, and 3? Because it was indicated that first the casino, and if financing is conducive to what you're looking at, then it would be the event and concert venue and the hotel. So I'd like that broken out into phases with timelines and costs. The other thing is, Mr. Gill mentioned third-party investors. Who are they?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
He mentioned that there are third-party investors.
The only thing, I'm not sure he can speak to, but, we need banks to borrow the money from, so it's not an equity thing, it's a debt thing, so those would be.
So a bank is an investor?
No, I don't, I can't say exactly what he meant, but. There's no other owner for that.
Well, you said the majority of the money is not going to be going to the Florida Seminoles, that it will go to investors. So who are the investors?
Thank you for your question. I'm sorry, there are no other investors in this deal. I was speaking exactly what John spoke of, is banks. It could be banks or private equity institutions that lend the money to the Menominee tribe. But as of today, there are no other investors in this project other than the Menominee tribe.
Okay, I may have some follow-ups on that. And then you said the tribal ordinance 23 will be updated by Thursday?
Yeah, we're working with the city. The city is, I just saw the emails provided us. Basically, there's been some changes. The ordinance adopts the city zoning, basically, and so there has been some changes in the city zoning. So that's scheduled to be acted on by the tribal legislature on this Thursday at their meeting, amended, and then finalized at their meeting on December 2nd.
December 2nd?
Yeah.
Okay, so we won't have an updated ordinance until December 2nd, because it does reference the Dairyland site, the ordinance?
Yep, and that's one of the things that's getting cleaned up, yep.
Okay, and then when will we see a regional economic impact of the proposed casino from the tribe?
Yeah, it's not part of the IGA. We do have one in progress. My guess is that we'd be happy to share it when it's finalized, but it's not a requirement under the IGA.
Well, I'd like to make a requirement. I'd like to request that we include a regional economic impact for the proposed casino.
Yeah, I'm not one to say yes or no on these things, but I'm happy to take that back, yeah.
And I'll follow up with our leadership here. Do we have any other studies after 2013 from Price Waterhouse, the American Gaming Association, or any other consulting groups that you've been working with to do all of your research?
We do. We have a feasibility study that's, again, in the process of being finalized by a company called Klaus Robinson that had done work on this.
They did previously?
In the past, yeah.
And will we be receiving a copy of that?
I think it's some, in some, maybe not the full, but some version of it. Yes, I don't think that's going to be a problem, but again, it's...
Well, in order for me to vote on this, I would like to see your market studies, because I don't know what the impact is to my community. And if you're doing feasibility studies, I think it should be included with the packet as it was in 2004. That's market assessment, plan. I'd like to see detailed financial projections based upon the IGA, whether it's year 3, year 9, year 12, and then year 20. And I don't know if that's something that our group will do or if they'll work directly with you. And then, is there a currently assigned project labor agreement for construction? Signed?
No, the labor groups are sending us their most recent version, and I'm not sure if we have that yet, but as soon as we have it, it's was entered into last time, and it's the intent to enter into it again.
And so when is that expected to be inked?
I guess I need to check to see if we've received it. Certainly if we've received it, then it's something the tribe would act on fairly quickly. Yeah.
Before next, the 20th?
Possibly. Again, it would depend on whether we have the actual agreement that they wish to have.
Okay, because I would like to also see that in our packet. And then you're also working on a tourism promotion and room tax agreement of 8% between the Menominee and the Kenosha Area Tourism Corporation. Is that completed?
Yeah, that was actually entered into back in 2004. It's still in existence. It never expired. I think we heard that there might have been a change in the corporate structure of that entity. So we need to find out for sure if that's the case. If not, that agreement's already in place and is still valid. But if they have changed their corporate structure, we would have to then just, amend it to have the right party from their end. Yeah.
Okay. And just so that everyone's aware, I'm asking questions not because I'm for it or because I'm against it. It's because I want to understand the impacts to our community. With regard to IGA concerns, where are the compact agreements? Is there a compact agreement between Menominee and the Seminoles?
No. So normally when you talk about compacts, you're talking about gaming compacts between the tribe and the state. And there is a gaming compact between Menominee and the state that specifically allows for gaming in Kenosha and sets out the parameters for it. That's been in place for 23 years.
Okay, but is there an agreement between the Menominee and the Seminoles?
Not the Seminole, the Hard Rock. That's the company.
Hard Rock?
that we're dealing with. Yeah, and that's management development. Right.
Is that something that we would be privy to?
No, not normally.
Why?
It's a contract, a business contract between the parties. There might be a redacted version that could be available at some point, but generally, no, we don't make those public.
So it's with Hard Rock, so they wouldn't be considered a tribal nation or tribal land, anything to do with this location?
No, they own Hard Rock. So Hard Rock's an international corporation. So the agreement would be with a corporation or with a limited liability company that's a subsidiary of that corporation. It's usually how that works.
Okay. And then, let's see. I read some things about the Class 3 sports betting, and in our IGA it says to be determined. And so there's some language within our IGA that talks about, and I don't know, Ms. McLean might be able to answer. So page 5 and 6, section 2, commitments of the tribe and authority A, payments to support local government operations. It says Kenosha facility regarding the total amount wagered on gaming on federal trust land, or it needs to be changed is my point. Right now it says that all payments that support government operations, that it's referred to as the Kenosha facility, but in the city's IGA, it specifically says total amount wagered on gaming on the federal trust land. And I'm concerned about the sports betting only because I've read some of the lawsuits from Florida, and I know that they were able to do sports betting because the server for sports betting resided on tribal land. So how is sports betting, since it's not legal in Wisconsin unless you're on tribal land, but if Hard Rock is going to manage the operations, does that need to change to say federal trust land versus Kenosha facility?
Well, I think the Kenosha facility is intended to be on federal trust land, right? They're sort of one and the same. The West Flagler case that you're talking about, I think there's, I'm sorry?
It's somebody's computer.
Oh, okay. Sorry. You're right. The federal government is in the process of revising its compacting regulations in order to deal with the issue of where gaming occurs, when you have off-reservation electronic betting, as what you're talking about. Those regulations haven't been finalized yet, and it does depend in part on state law, whether state law defines the place of gaming to be where the server is located on Indian lands or outside of Indian country. So I don't have a clear answer for you right now because it's basically the law sort of in flux. But to the extent you're referring to the Kenosha facility is referring to the federal trust lands.
Okay, but it's saying sports betting to be determined. I just want to make sure that the percentages include the sport betting.
Yeah, so maybe I can help. To be determined, I think, means determine how much square footage would be ascribed to sports betting. Sports betting is kind of a small portion of gaming revenue, and so the plan is to offer it as an amenity as it's allowed for in Wisconsin right now under the Tribes Compact, like the other tribes in the state, which is basically physically on that facility. So placing a bet there, just like you would place a bet on a slot machine or a table game, you have to be physically there. And so to be determined means we don't know exactly how much size of the facility we're going to put over to sports betting, because it can be done by small kiosks, or you could have a big sports bar. There's various ways to do it. So I think that's what to be determined means. Getting into the issue of down the road, could there be bets placed mobile? Say, sitting here, place a bet with a casino? Yeah, so it's one thing to think about in regard to Seminole is these are all state-specific. That's state-specific to Florida. It's not like someone could place a bet here in Wisconsin with Seminole. It's not the way it works. The tribes in Wisconsin have certainly, some more than others, been looking at the potential for mobile gaming in Wisconsin, and that's where you get to this idea that not so much that Seminole is involved here, but that the Seminole-Florida Compact can be a model, maybe for how it would work, say, in Wisconsin. So that the server located on the trust land means the bet is placed on the trust land. But I think that's a ways down the road, and it's going to require compact amendments by the tribe.
And then how do we update the IGA then?
Well, you wouldn't need to. So to the extent the servers are located in Kenosha, the way it works is that's where the bet is placed.
What if they're not?
Well, yeah, I guess I can't think of a way that would.
But so I'm confused. So are the Seminole, are they going to be managing the casino, operating the casino, hiring staff? Who is going to be doing that?
Yeah, again, Hard Rock, the Hard Rock Company, it happens to be owned by the.
And so they're not tribal, they don't have tribal authority over this facility?
Yes, no, well, no, only the Menominee tribe has authority. They're the owners, it's their land. They've hired Hard Rock to help them manage and develop it. So they're a contractor to the tribe, basically.
I'm still not clear on that, though. So if the Seminoles are operating the casino, is it owned by the Seminoles or is it owned by the Menominee?
Owned by the Menominee tribe. They have hired to manage it for them because we don't have the expertise to do it, the Hard Rock Company.
Okay.
This is a pretty common arrangement. It occurs throughout the country. The regulations under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act provide for casino management, and there are all sorts of federal requirements that apply to it. But the gaming that takes place on tribal lands is owned by the tribe. It has to be under federal law. And they're just using a company that has special expertise to run the facility.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Going on to Section 2, some of this you may not even be able to answer. It's my commentary on the IGA. So Section 2, page 9, in order for me to take this IGA very seriously, I think it needs to be negotiated that beginning in calendar year 3 and continuing through and including calendar year 12, the authority shall pay $200,000 to fund a trust fund to support the Kenosha County History Center and Southport Light Museum, and $800,000 annually to the county to fund the support of the historic Kemper Center listed on the National and State Registers of Historic Places, the principal of which will be preserved and interest therein used to defray interior and exterior restoration expenses, and to remove the costs from the property tax levy. That's number 1. Number 2, Section 2, instead of the $650,000 annually, years 9 through 12, going to a debt service for the new Human Services building, I would like to see it distributed starting year 1 to over 20 of our nonprofit organizations that we currently contract with, and then to the Human Services Department, which is really going to have to staff up for this endeavor to service children, youth families, the elderly, and individuals striving to cope with developmental disabilities, mental illness, alcohol and drug problems, protecting children from high-risk abusive situations, to empower individuals and families to become law-abiding and economically sufficient on their own. And then I also think there needs to be language about adding inspectors to our environmental health. Personally, I feel they're currently understaffed, and given the big venue that's going to be created, we would need staffing for environmental health. I believe that the funds that I've identified are much better utilized for our community. And if I could, through the chair to Rebecca Dutter, ask her a question.
Go ahead.
Turn on her mic. Ms. Stutter, have you done any research on what human services needs we may have with a potential casino coming to Kenosha and what staffing levels would need to look like?
We have not done anything extensive with the short notice that we've worked on. However, we understand that there certainly will be a need for more assistance in a lot of the areas that you have identified, in particular crisis services to respond to folks, as well as possibly, areas around child abuse, elder abuse, et cetera, that we believe would probably see more services needed.
And do you see where you would have to increase staffing levels?
I think we'd have to increase staffing levels, in particular in the area of crisis. Certainly other areas that you've identified as well, but in particular crisis.
So we need to do a little further study on that, on what the cost would be to the county to provide those services?
I believe we do have some specific numbers that Patty has available that we've talked about over time, so I'm going to let Patty take it from there.
I actually don't have those available now, but we did discuss with each of the divisions the impact the casino would have on them. As Rebecca said, they identified a sanitarian, increased crisis workers. I believe there were a total of 8 FTEs that they would need to add over time as need required. We costed those out and included that to make sure that the net win proposal that was being presented would cover the costs that the county would be incurring.
Okay, so does that need to be spelled out in the IGA that funds would go specifically for those purposes?
No, the IGA is not where we would want to identify that. We as a county would want to identify those needs as they come up and utilize that revenue to offset those costs.
Could you send that additional information to the county board?
I can. I intended to present it at Finance on Thursday.
Okay, I'll be there for that. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you, both of you. Okay. With regard to plowing services, we do the services for the state does provide a stipend for us, and so we would be responsible whether the maintenance or whether that road 122nd, the frontage road, or Highway 60 expands, as well as the interstate. So I'd like to see additional monies for purchase of snow plows to bolster the county's highway maintenance efforts to the Kenosha facility. There was no discussion on sheriff's services to the surrounding towns and villages. Right now, I know that Summers, Paris, Bristol, and Pleasant Prairie pay for staffing for services that are distributed, and so I'd like to see some additional income to involve our Pleasant Prairie and Summers, Bristol, and Paris to see what would be required for additional assistance so that they don't bear the burden of the expense to our Sheriff's Department. With regard to Exhibit B, again, the minimum payment illustration, the financial projections, I'd like to see it based on the IGA to 3, 9, and 20 years. Net win, minimum payment, one-time contributions, etc. And then I'd like to have that for review before we decide to vote. Exhibit E. In 2004 and 2013, the development was referred to the Menominee Hard Rock International Southwest Wisconsin Premier Destination Resort. In the current IGA, it's referenced as a casino hotel and a variety of amenities. It does identify Hard Rock Live, the large event complex, and or hotel construction may be delayed until after the casino is in operation and generating revenue due to the availability of financing on reasonable terms, and I heard Mr. Gill repeat that. So I want to make it clear to the public, the pictures you're seeing in Kenosha News of the 2,000 seat, the 2,000 plus seat Hard Rock Live large large event complex. That is not happening day one. Happening day one would have been more palatable to me, but that is not what is spelled out. We are getting a casino with some cafes and other amenities. Exhibit F, sales tax. And I think this one is where we need a little more study from the county board. 75% of the sales tax collected will be paid to the county through calendar year 8. Then, in year 9, the county receives 25% of the sales tax. County, this is concerning to me because I know of no other development that we have this kind of arrangement with. County use of funds. The IGA states that the county must use this money for general infrastructure projects, etc. 90 days from the time the land going into the tribal trust, and then annually, we, the county, must prepare and maintain a list of infrastructure and county projects that benefit both the tribal trust lands and Kenosha County. The county will consult with the tribe in creating said list. So what you're telling me is that the county needs approval from the tribe and to keep a separate ledger and to provide a report to the tribe annually on how we're going to use funds or how they'll be used. That's not our current process. I have a concern with that.
Can I address that?
Yes.
I think what's really important to keep in mind is that when the lands go into, this is a federal decision. Ultimately, the county could oppose it, agree with it. It would make no difference at the end of the day. Now,
to whom? To whom?
To the federal government. So the federal government has acquired lands and trusts for gaming purposes under the two-part determination over county opposition. I represented the county of Spokane, which opposed the Spokane Tribes Casino in Airway Heights, and they were strongly opposed to it, but the federal government has the power to acquire lands and trust and determine that the gaming on the site will not be detrimental to the surrounding community, regardless of what the county's position may be. Now, in this case, the Tribal State Compact actually provides that there should be some mitigation agreements in place. So that is one of the sources of authority for doing this, or impetus for doing this. But I think more importantly, the reason that the agreement is actually specifying how the money is to be used is because under federal law, the reason that you're entering into this agreement is to mitigate the impacts of the casino. And this is a joint agreement between two governmental entities that is designed to provide benefits to both communities, not just one. I actually think there's lots of communities you could look to and see that they have a tribal casino within their boundaries, and they don't have this kind of intergovernmental agreement that's designed to benefit both communities, and it's to their detriment. Here, because this is ultimately a federal decision and not something within the power of the county, it's very important to have the kinds of mitigation that's being provided for in the agreement, but it's not something that's required by federal law or that the county has the power to demand from the tribe.
With regard to how we spend the sales tax?
The fact that you get it at all. You can't tax the gaming facility. You have no ability, the county and the state have no ability to tax any kind of development occurring on tribal lands. This isn't a tax in any case. This is a mitigation payment that the parties have agreed to in order to provide maximum benefits for the community, including the tribe.
Wouldn't it be better to say that then instead of saying it's a sales tax?
Well, it's saying that they're going to impose a tribal sales tax and share it with the county. They don't have any obligation under law to do that. So I think that's really important to keep in mind that what's happening here is that these two governmental entities are working together to try to ensure that there's adequate governmental services, that impacts are going to be adequately addressed. But the county doesn't have the power to tax it. It's just, it's an agreement.
We'd only have the power to tax if the casino was only on tribal land. If the hotel and event venue was not on tribal property, then we would have we would have the ability to get sales tax, correct?
That's true, but the county has no power to determine which lands that the tribe seeks to place in trust.
Well, we could negotiate that, couldn't we?
You could, yes, that's theoretically something that you could negotiate, and in fact, one of the provisions of this agreement is that the tribe won't acquire any new lands in trust, won't expand its development without the approval of the county.
Okay.
So that is one of the terms of the agreement, to protect the county and have the parties come back to the table should the tribe seek to expand its trust lands within Kenosha.
What about the taxing of merchandise? Now, that isn't considered tribal. Would we get revenue from sales tax on merchandise?
No, not necessarily. I mean, it depends on the taxing. I've litigated a lot of these tax cases when you have the authority. There's several problems with it, and I think that the way it's best handled is when there's an agreement between the entities. For example, Washington State does this all the time. Washington State has the power to tax tobacco, for example, tobacco sales on tribal lands, but its ability to enforce that, because the tribe has sovereign immunity, is very limited. So rather than having a long-standing dispute between the tribe and the state, what they've done is they've entered into tobacco compacting or tax compacting agreements, so that the state gets a portion of the revenues generated and the tribe gets a portion of the taxes that they are charging. This is very similar to that. Oklahoma does the same thing with tobacco compacts, and other states have done it as well. You know, the tribe has, when it has land in trust, it's sovereign. It has sovereign authority over the land, and the state and the county have no ability to dictate what's occurring there. So this type of agreement where there's a sharing of the tribal tax revenue is actually a really effective way for the two governments to work together.
What, prior to any agreements? Right, I understand that prior to signing, but also in here I'm concerned that, you know, if they decide they want to put a tobacco store on the land, they can.
Well, I don't know that, is that limited in there?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. I think there's a list of authorized uses in the land use. I don't know that that's excluded.
Because it could be a CBD store, tobacco store, and so we would have no recourse to go back and renegotiate this IGA because now it's tribal land, correct?
Well, the agreement itself calls for the ability to renegotiate at certain times, but no, you would have no ability to go and demand. If you want to add to that.
Turn his mic on.
Kind of going back to the question you had before in regard to updating that ordinance, one of the main parts of the ordinance that's incorporated into the IGA says these are the things you can build, and you can't build anything else or operate anything else, and so that list is there.
Where is that list? Is that in the ordinance, the tribal ordinance?
It is, and that wouldn't change. That would be the same. That's not something that would be updated, and you can see that there's limited things that can be done there.
So after Thursday, or after December 2nd, we'll get the final tribal ordinance.
Yeah, I mean, that won't change. That's not one of the
But you
things.
say that, but I'd rather have it all approved
Yeah,
in
no,
view.
That's true. That's true. The other changes will be made by December 2nd, correct?
December 2nd, okay. All right, thank you.
Is that it, Supervisor Blaski?
You can ask that. Let's see, so in, one other thing I want to comment on is so that I would like to have all of the agreements completed and in our packet prior to all approvals. So in closing, gambling has become an increasingly popular pastime in recent years, and with it, it's brought a significant financial boon to local governments and casinos. As the popularity of gambling continues to rise, the final benefits to the local community have also increased. Local governments receive a net win percentage from the casino as a result of people in our community losing bets. Let me be direct. It's campaign season. You may hear an elected official say, I voted for the casino this time because it's going to help us pay for a shiny new emergency response truck and so on. But let's put this into perspective. The casino's net wins and local government's share are of those wins, they come directly from your elderly grandmother, your next door neighbor that maybe has drug abuse issues, a coworker that you know that has a gambling addiction. It could be anybody in our community. It could be somebody sitting next to you right now. You see, gambling does offer hope. It offers an exciting way to make money, and it can be a fun source of entertainment. Unfortunately, it can also be a source of despair for those who are less fortunate. While some people manage their gambling habits responsibly, others can become addicted and take more risks than they can afford. When this happens, it can lead to severe financial hardship and even bankruptcy. Nevertheless, the net win percentage that local governments and casinos receive from people in the community losing bets can still be beneficial for the local community. This money can be used to support public services such as education, health care, and infrastructure. It can also help fund community programs that benefit those who are most in need. The Menominee and the Florida Seminole tribes are planning to build and operate a casino. There are no defined plans or timelines for the Hard Rock Live event and concert venue. With such a major venture, it is crucial that we take our time and that we thoroughly understand our intergovernmental agreement between the tribe and the County of Kenosha before voting on this proposal. We are not beholden to the city to have this completed by November 20th. They chose not to do an intergovernmental agreement with us. That was their choice. We work to our timelines. The agreement is an important document that outlines the rights and responsibilities of both parties. It covers issues such as taxation of the casino, the tribe's sovereignty, the legal rights of the tribe, the impact of the casino on the local economy, and environmental protections. It's essential that we have a clear understanding of these issues so that we can make an informed decision, not a rushed decision. The one key issue, again, is the taxation, and the agreement will determine the amount of taxes that will be paid by the casino and how that money will be used. This could have a significant impact on the local economy, both positively and negatively. So it's important to understand the full implications of the agreement before moving forward. And another important issue is the legal rights of the tribe, the Menominee tribe. The agreement will outline the rights of the tribe to operate the casino and what the state can and cannot do to interfere with tribal government. Finally, it's important to consider the traffic and environmental impacts of the casino. The agreement should include provisions to ensure that any negative impacts are minimized or presented, and we should view it in our packet before we vote. In conclusion, it's essential that we take our time, that we understand the risks and the benefits to the intergovernmental agreement with the Menominee and have all the required documentation before voting on this casino. We must make sure that the agreement is fair and respects the sovereignty of the tribe while also protecting our community members, the environment, and the local economy. Only then can we make an informed decision about the future of a casino in Kenosha County. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to start my line of questions off of kind of where Supervisor Belsky left off hers and her comments. And it has to do with the timeline for the IGA between the county and the tribe. And my first question will be through the chair to our outside counsel. Has the BIA, and I think you answered this earlier tonight, has the BIA ever approved land trust for a casino where one stakeholder did not approve? You said that was in Washington?
Yeah, it's done it multiple times, but yes, it did it in Washington where the Spokane County opposed it was a two-part determination just like this is. Do you know what I mean by a two-part determination?
I assume it was Spokane County and the city therefore, or there within?
It was within Spokane County. The city of Airway Heights was within the county, and it supported it, but Spokane County opposed it.
And is it common practice for the BIA to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So Kenosha County can, or as we have so far, we've sat down with the Menominee tribe, or the Menominee Nation. We've negotiated what's in front of us tonight. In my opinion, I think they are acting in good faith, just as I want them to think or believe that we are acting in good faith. I believe we are. But if this agreement is not approved, we could walk away with nothing.
That's correct.
And still have to deal with
That's correct.
these situations that come with having a casino in your community.
That's correct.
Okay. And is there, to your knowledge, is there a timeline to approve this?
Well, I guess I would quibble a little bit with the timeline that was up there. Now, typically what happens is there's two approval processes that are involved. The first is under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, and that is determining whether the casino is beneficial to the tribe and not detrimental to the surrounding community. That's because the land's being acquired in trust today as opposed to it having been acquired before 1988. In order for that review process, the county will be receiving notice of this determination, and BIA will be seeking the county's comments on what it believes the impacts on the surrounding community will be. Now, if you have the agreement in place, you can point to that and say, we believe that this will be mitigating the impacts associated with the county such that we don't think it'll be detrimental to the surrounding community. And I presume that's why the tribe wants to negotiate this agreement, and also just to be sure that it's actually not going to harm the surrounding community. But there is a process where the county will be providing comments to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. There's also the NEPA analysis, so the BIA, or I believe the tribe may be in the process of preparing an environmental assessment that's necessary under the National Environmental Policy Act. And so when that environmental assessment is completed, it's published for public comment, which means everybody in the public, and of course the county has the opportunity to respond to the analysis that's been prepared. That will actually look at some of the economic impacts on the region, although what you were asking for, Supervisor Belsky, I think was more information than was typically included in an environmental assessment. So there's that initial determination. The secretary, based on the material or the submissions that are provided by the county, by the city, by the tribe, has the opportunity to respond to the county's and city's comments. The Secretary of the Interior will make a determination whether the land would be available for gaming, and it only makes that determination if it concludes that the gaming will not be detrimental to the surrounding community and beneficial for the tribe. Once it makes that determination, which can, I believe if the EA is near completion, it would probably be sometime in the spring, maybe late winter. That determination is sent to the governor. And the governor has a year that can be extended to 18 months in order to concur with the secretary's determination. If the governor concurs, the land is available for gaming, and then the Department of Interior would then make the trust decision, which is the actual decision to acquire the land. It takes fee title, and it becomes a fee owner, and it holds the land in trust for the tribe. So it would make that trust decision on the basis of the outcome of the two-part determination. Presumably, if in the past, if a governor has not concurred, either rejected it or just didn't provide the concurrence, the trust application has died because the purpose you have to state the purpose for at least currently you have to state the purpose for the proposed acquisition, and so if you can't game on the land, then you can't take the land into trust.
So what is the county's timeline for this?
Well, if you're asking what your timeline is for providing comments, your opportunity to provide comments is when the EA is published and when BIA asks you for your input to make the two-part determination.
Let me clarify.
Yeah.
What is our timeline to approve this agreement? Do we have a deadline? I guess is a better question.
Well, I think that you don't have a deadline, no. And I think that the real issue is whether you should have the agreement in place in order for the BIA to make an accurate assessment of what the impacts on the surrounding community will be. It's part of its analysis.
Okay. And because we hit on trust, that's going to be the next category I want to move into. How hard is it to revoke or undo land that has gone into trust?
It's difficult. It's difficult. Congress can do it. There are some regulatory procedures that are, I think, pretty rarely invoked. Typically, when the land's gone into trust, it stays into trust. But there, I think, obviously Congress has undone that, undone reservation lands and trust lands and tribal recognition as well.
Who can do that? Is it only Congress?
To remove the land from trust?
Correct.
No, there's a regulatory process. It typically involves, I would say in this type of situation, it would be Congress. But there are some procedures where there can be land swaps or other things that occur that can remove land from trust.
Would a municipality be able to contest a land trust and bring that to court?
Well, a municipality can challenge a decision by the federal government to acquire the land in trust under the Administrative Procedure Act, but you could not, no, once the land's in trust, you would have no ability.
You can't change your mind, is what you're saying?
No, you can't, no.
Okay.
Unless you have the ability, for example, if it's under the IGA, where there's a commitment to remove the land from trust, then you have the power to enforce the terms of the IGA.
Okay. Through the chair to either a representative from the tribe or one of their representatives thereafter, probably their attorney. Well, when Supervisor Belsky was asking about the ordinance that the tribal nation will need to update and is going to undertake this week and into early December, what's to prevent the Menominee tribe from changing their ordinance down the road to say, we want this other establishment on the lands that we have here in Kenosha. It doesn't fit the ordinance as it is today, so we're going to change it so we can do that. Is that a possibility?
So the key is that the ordinance is being adopted into the agreement. So changing the ordinance ends up being and doing something in violation of what that ordinance said when it got agreed to by the parties. That would be a violation of the IGA.
So our IGA is saying we are accepting, or we're adopting the ordinance as it's written when we accept it.
Correct, yes.
So my question then through the chair to either our outside counsel or our inside counsel, probably to our inside counsel, what would worry me is accepting this or agreeing to this IGA before December 4th when the nation has not codified their ordinance.
And I believe that they have seen a draft of the ordinance that is being prepared for approval.
Mr. Chairman, can you turn her mic on?
It's on.
She has to speak more into it.
It's on.
Oh, thank you.
I believe that there has been a draft of the ordinance that has been circulated. It looks like it's on. It is.
It is.
Speak really into it. I believe that there has been.
I'm going to stop you again. Can you speak into our outside counsel's mic?
No.
I trust that it's on, but we don't hear it.
I believe, there you go. There you go. I believe that there has been a draft of an ordinance that is being proposed for adoption that has been circulated, so I believe that has been seen. And again, we don't have any reason to believe that it would be modified after they are representing that this is what is going to be presented. That would not be acting in good faith. There'd be other remedies available for that. So I think there's, at some level, I believe there has been an ordinance that has been circulated, for approval. And if that changes significantly, there would be cause to disagree.
Okay. And bear with me. I made a binder of my own, if you will, today with all the documents that we received. But But what I don't see in here for this ordinance is a definition or a list of what acceptable business types would be. Can you expand on that, and what those businesses may or may not be?
So I think they are listed in the, one of the first sections of it. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but it's listing, basically casinos, restaurants, theaters, that type of thing. And then the next section is everything else is you can't do. So if it's not listed, you can't do it.
Okay.
So if we are proposing to make sure that there's definitions, so we can define what exactly that means, but that is the list that's in the ordinance.
Okay, so just for the record and for, let me preface before I continue. I did spend several hours on the phone over the weekend and today at work at my desk on the phone with constituents, some of which are very close to me, close to the home that I grew up in and where I still maintain relationships with those folks in that neighborhood still today. So for those listening, I do see it here and through the chair to the tribal council. If there's anything you want to correct me on, feel free. That list includes hotels and motels, a conference center, convention center, restaurants without a drive-through, tavern, cocktail lounge, and nightclub, convenience retail, and service stores as ancillary facilities to the principal use, gaming facilities, amusement enterprises, theater, indoor and outdoor, excluding adult use, commercial recreational use, indoor and out, a brew pub or winery, parking, an arena, auditorium, exhibition hall, and stadium, administrative offices, a warehouse, recreational vehicle parking, and stormwater detention and retention basins. Does that seem inclusive? Where'd he go? Yeah. Okay, thank you. I bored him. I'm sorry for that. But like I said, I read that so that folks can hear, whether they're listening now or going to listen later, read an article down the road, that they know what's in there. Moving on. I've got a couple of pages of notes here, bear with me. Is there anything, or to my knowledge there's not, but can we adopt language in the IGA that would hold Hard Rock and the Menominee tribe to what they're presenting to not only us, but to the public, to what we see on that screen right there, that's what they're going to build, or something extremely close to that? I understand building costs fluctuate, the cost of labor fluctuates, so that we get something that is attractive, something that folks, when they drive by, they say, that's something maybe I want to stop at, and they don't mistake it for a warehouse, or they don't mistake it for just another one of our many industrial buildings we have on the interstate in Kenosha County today.
So it's within the best interest of Hard Rock, our partner, our development team, and us as a tribe to build out, first and foremost, we don't want just a gambling facility. We want the entertainment center. That's what we're looking for. That's what draws the people. The hotels, the high-end steakhouse, the Yo-Yo Noodles, the Hard Rock Cafe, gives your local entertainment the opportunity to be showcased on the stage, and even some medium-sized acts just in the Hard Rock Cafe alone. The hotel, the spa, the pool, those are the important pieces of it. Just like my colleague said, yeah, sure, the casino is what's going to, the tail that's going to walk the dog. We need to generate some of those funds as it moves forward. But our hope and our intent is to build out the entire project in the immediate phase. Of course, depending on finances. We don't want to build it in the phase 1, 2, and 3. We want to build the entire facility in one shot immediately. Get the entire event center, entertainment center up and moving. We do list some of those pieces, I believe, are in the IGA, that we want to build the entire entertainment venue. But of course, like some of you have stated, the price of construction has gone through the roof. So it is our hope with our partners that we're able to secure the funding we need to build the entire entertainment venue.
Thank you. And a follow-up to that, and I understand that. And when somebody builds a home, they want to build what they want now and forever and not have to do it in phases. Whether it's you or somebody in your group, one of your advisors that you brought with you, what is the feasibility of that? Do you guys anticipate securing the funding to build the entire project right off the bat versus in phases?
Lauren, you want to take that one? You got the mic? There you go.
Thank you, sir, for the question. Really appreciate it. The opportunity, challenge, and issue is really the cost of capital in order to build such a facility. That is really the item. And so for greenfield tribal government gaming facilities, there's a premium at the cost of capital versus what normal standard cost of capital projects are, right? So it's not only is it a matter of can we get the financing, it's at what price and what cost. And certainly everybody in this room is aware of what has happened in the financial markets over the past year, say, and how interest rates have continued to increase. Recently, they've gone down a bit, but certainly what they are versus, say, 18 or 24 months ago is a significant difference in the cost of capital and borrowing the significant amount of funds that the tribe is going to borrow. So thank you for the question.
But it doesn't really answer my question. You guys have many smart folks, including yourself, behind this project, just like we have some incredible folks sitting behind us here today that are on the county's team. Given today's market and given the projections that you guys most certainly have looked at for when you're looking to start construction, do you foresee being able to build the entire project in one phase?
Short answer, yes. Long answer, it depends upon what the capital markets look like a year or 18 months from now when we actually tap into those markets.
Absolutely. When I bought my car and I thought when it's paid off, interest rates, I bought my car 1.2%.
Yes,
now they're 8%. So
Yes,
I understand the markets change, but that's the answer I was looking for. Is that the short answer is yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a question here. I think I've answered it myself, but I'm going to ask it nonetheless, just so I'm sure. The money in the IGA that the county receives is solely based on, it's based on a percentage of the wins and losses. So the projections are showing, I'm just going to use random numbers, if in one category you guys are projecting to give the county $750,000 based on sales tax, again, just a number, but sales tax is lower, the number goes lower. So we're not tying the Menominee Nation's hands to paying us money that if there's a slow start, so to speak, and they're unable to come up with it given their current financial situation, we're not going to be pitted against each other. Is that correct? To whoever?
Yeah, that's correct. So the percentage of net win, the 1% to 1.33%, that's dependent on what the win at the facility is. Now, there are the other payments in there, the $75,000 for problem gambling, the money for the Human Services Center. Those are hard numbers that are owed regardless of what the win is at the facility.
And what if, like I said, there's a slow start, and, I mean, does the tribe foresee having issues coming up with that, the hard money, or no?
No, so we've taken that into account based on the revenue projections and, feel that those are payments that can be made.
Okay. Next question is more in line, next series of questions has to do with Hard Rock itself, so decide amongst yourselves who wants to answer these questions. It's my understanding that the Rockford Hard Rock in its IGA had a non-compete of 50 miles of itself. Our IGA does not have that. Now, certainly, why would I build one Holiday Inn across from the next Holiday Inn? That doesn't make much sense, if I own both. But why is that not in our IGA? Was that just overlooked, or was there meaningful purpose as to why it was left out?
As I mentioned at the beginning of our presentation, we want our relatives to do good for their babies. The Potawatomi, the Ho-Chunk, the Ojibwe, all of our relative tribes here in the state of Wisconsin. We want them to generate revenue to take care of themselves. Our tribe has never openly stood against another native casino in the state of Wisconsin. Therefore, we do not put that, correct? We do not put those in our compact, nor do we put them in our IGA. We want our relatives to do well, so we don't have that type of limitation.
And that is certainly the prerogative of the Menominee Nation. But does it not concern the tribe, about Hard Rock potentially partnering up with one of these other tribes throughout the state and directly competing? I get we all want to share the wealth, but then you're not only sharing the wealth, you're sharing the name. Is that not a concern for the Menominee tribe?
I would just say, to the extent there's a concern with the tribe, that would not be something we would foresee being in the IGA. It'd be something we'd foresee in our agreements between Hard Rock and ourselves. So as you can see from the competitive environment, there's a lot of gaming in Illinois, so it's going to be competitive no matter what. But in the IGA, really, the only anti-competitive thing is that the city and county won't support another casino in the city or county, or if they do, that the payments change, basically.
So through the chair to the executive from Hard Rock, what typically is the minimum distance between Hard Rock establishments to each other? Or whoever wants to answer that question.
Sir, if I may, all due respect, may I he has a hearing challenge, so if I may just re-ask the question, please. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, would you ask your question again, please?
What is the minimum distance in the practice of the Hard Rock establishment, of their corporation, between different Hard Rock locations?
There is in some jurisdictions. In New Jersey, for example, it depends on the partnership. It depends on who our client is. So sometimes there is, sometimes there is not. But we do agree to them, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. And I'll leave that at that, I suppose. I mean, ultimately, the Menominee Nation is the client of the Hard Rock or the partner, or however you want to look at that. And if they're okay with not having a non-compete, it's essentially their business venture, to each their own. A transportation analysis was noted in the presentation as being nearly complete. Who's conducting that transportation analysis?
So there's a company called AES, Analytic Environmental Services, that's performing the environmental assessment, and they've subcontracted out. I can't remember the name of the company, but it's someone who does work in Wisconsin in this area. So they are performing that traffic impact study for AES, who is performing the entire environmental for us.
And I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, somebody in the room can correct me. The frontage road that this casino would be off of is funded and governed by the state of Wisconsin. Is that correct? I'm seeing some heads nod.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Now, what if there's a situation where the state does not want to fund road improvements to this area?
So the way that it works is the traffic impact analysis will identify what kind of mitigation needs to be done based on the size of the facility and that sort of thing. And then the tribe as the developer is required to make those changes. And that's actually in the IGA as well, and it's something that's in Chapter 594 that's been adopted, basically says that. Yeah.
So for those asking, why isn't the tribe playing by the same rules as other developers? You are, is what you're saying. That if road improvements need to be made as part of the development of not only the buildings, you're going to redevelop the frontage road, correct?
Yep, and that's specifically stated in the tribal ordinance that's being incorporated into the agreement.
Okay, thank you. And we had a little bit of back and forth with Supervisor Belsky on the differentiating between the Seminole and the Hard Rock. So through the chair to, again, whoever wants to answer my next question, if something were to happen at this facility and there is some negligence done on behalf of the Hard Rock Corporation, somebody gets hurt or worse, or somebody feels slighted for whatever reason, can somebody bring suit against Hard Rock Corporation, and would that suit go through the normal process without being, almost immediately struck down by the Seminoles exercising their sovereign immunity?
If I'm understanding your question through my interpreter here, the answer to your question is the Seminoles own approximately 93% of Hard Rock. The other portion is owned by Jim Allen, who's the chairman and CEO of Hard Rock. That's it. There was a second part to your question that I didn't quite hear, sorry.
Can somebody bring legal action against Hard Rock without it ending due to the Seminole Nation exercising their sovereign immunity?
Yes, and some have.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm not advocating for...
Hard Rock doesn't have sovereign immunity. Seminole does.
And that's the question I'm asking to clarify for folks in the community and myself, because I know that was a point of concern for some folks in our community. Also cited in
Okay, on that, excuse me a second. I believe the attorney
absolutely
can answer that.
Yeah, in most cases when there's an injury at a casino, the action is against the tribe or the tribal authority, because it's the tribal lands. In this case, just to be aware, there's a dispute resolution process that's required under the tribal state compacts, so that there's recourse for someone who has a dispute with the casino. It's typically, I'm not envisioning a situation where it would necessarily, I'm not sure what situation you'd be going after Hard Rock, because you typically go after the owner if there's an injury. So I just thought I'd point that out. But
what is the process like then? There's an injury at the casino, somebody wants to bring legal action against the Menominee Nation. Do they have recourse or do they not?
It's required by the compact. You can probably speak to the process better than I can.
Yeah, there's a provision in all the compacts with the tribes in the state that the tribe must maintain certain levels of insurance, and that those insurers cannot raise sovereign immunity. And so that's how it's handled for us. I believe that's how it's handled by every tribe in the state, is the insurance company defends those lawsuits in court.
Thank you. Cited in the presentation tonight, at the bottom, or one of the slides had some asterisks, and at the very bottom, very small, it said economic impact report is still pending. Do we know when that will be ready?
Yeah, we have the draft that we have to review and comment on, so we're assuming it's going to be finalized very soon. I don't know, Lauren, if you have. So there's a draft, it has to be finalized.
Is it possible that draft can be finalized before we take our final vote here?
It's possible, but I couldn't say for sure.
Is there a commitment from the tribe?
So we need our contractor to finalize it. So even to the extent the tribe commits, we need to rely on our contractor being able to provide it timely. So we can make our best effort, sure.
What's the timeline for your contractor?
I think we're probably past it based on various things that have happened, but
so it's overdue.
We need to get it done. So
it's overdue on part of your contractor then.
Yeah, I'm sorry?
It's overdue on part of the contractor then.
We had hoped to have it by now, yes.
Okay. We heard a short bit about security that's going to be at the casino, and that included some facial recognition, license plate readers, amongst other things. Can you elaborate, whoever of you gentlemen, what that technology is going to be used for, who it will be shared with, and maybe address some of the concerns the public may have with that kind of technology at the casino?
Take long.
We have instituted facial recognition systems in most of the Seminole casinos, Seminole, Florida casinos, as well as license plate readers. We work hand in hand with law enforcement in Florida, and we have found that it's quite a deterrent, especially a license plate reader. There's a litany of crimes that we are always concerned about. One is people who are banned from the casino, either by us or by them, self-banned by themselves. That's one category. Sex traffickers are another, and auto thefts are a big one in Florida. And having the ability to read those plates has become quite a deterrent. In fact, we have law enforcement, local law enforcement, as well as our own, camped out 7 days a week in our garages. Facial recognition has proved valuable for many of the same reasons. If a person is banned from a casino and they come in, obviously it gives us the opportunity to intercept. We also know where our employees are at any given time. They're not supposed to be on the casino floor when they're not working, for example, and it gives us the ability to monitor a lot of other aspects that law enforcement has been very interested in.
Does that data get shared with law enforcement in real time? For example, there's an Amber Alert out there. We know that the plate is ABC123. The community, as by and large, is looking for that plate. It pulls into the parking lot. Does that set off some red flag that then you alert law enforcement?
Yes.
And does law enforcement have real-time access to that individually?
Yes.
They can go and they can look at all the plates that have read in your parking lot without you guys releasing it to them?
Yes.
Thank you. To me, that's encouraging. To each their own. I don't know what others think. I think that's encouraging. We heard that 3 school districts are going to get funding through this agreement. What are those 3 school districts?
Thank you. Of course, Kenosha Unified School District would be one. And so the payment's $750,000. $250,000 is earmarked to go to the school districts that are in the school district where the property currently is.
Okay.
And then the rest is to give to other public school districts in Kenosha. Oh, here we go. Here's the exact thing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stroll. Kenosha Unified Schools, that's what we just talked about. Secondarily, Central High School District of West Osha. And then third, Paris Consolidated Joint School District, number 1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Belsky hit on this. The renderings and the presentation that were given tonight, do you guys have any issue with forwarding that to county staff and they can get it to us as well?
No, sir. Yes, sir. We will comply with the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Was this same presentation presented to our counterparts at the City of Kenosha, or was there one different?
There was a different presentation that was given to the City of Kenosha last week.
And what was different about the 2?
For sure, the renderings you see on this, the exteriors were shown, the interiors were not shown to the City of Kenosha, because those are examples of a sister property at a tribal government facility in Northern California.
Okay, and she was here, I don't think she's here anymore. An alderwoman who represents part of my district as well was here. For her sake and for my sake, my curiosity, would you also be willing to send the presentation you sent to the cities?
Tribal leaders say yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, if I may, just for other clarifications, there were other things in that presentation as well that were in your presentation that were not included, really based around conversations or topics that were brought up in that conversation.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's all I have for questions. One more question to our folks from the tribe. Can you elaborate for all of us here tonight, why Kenosha? Why are you so committed to Kenosha?
So Kenosha is one of our ancestral areas that we've ceded almost 200 years ago now, along with the Chicago area. We've always had a strong connection to the area all the way along the western side of Lake Michigan here. And it was during former Chairman Bisaw's time where those initial relationships started to be built with the leaders before you, supervisors and county officials, where that conversation initially first started. Am I correct in that piece of it?
Yes. We had built relationships with Kenosha. And when the governor had denied Kenosha, we knew that was not right, what had happened. That was not based on the merits of the financials, as you might have falsely heard. We knew that we needed to go back. Kenosha can use the prestige and the funding and for employment to be able to offer this type of entertainment to bring other companies, as well as to hold employees from other companies here in this area. And as Chair Owanape had mentioned, we had come here before. We had been here. This is our ancestral territory. Even the state of Wisconsin, Wisconsin, that's Wisconsin comes from our language. We're the longest continual residents of what's now called Wisconsin. By the way, that means a good place to live, Wisconsin. But that's us. And we made a commitment to Hard Rock that we would stay committed and come back here and bring this premier destination center here. If we were going to partner, we wanted to bring something that added that class and prestige. And quite frankly, when you hear some of our needs, we have to build something that differentiates itself in this competitive market. So slots in a box would not work. We have to bring something of quality here to differentiate. And we've seen and we know Hard Rock and how they operate. It's not pretend what they're saying. They are the class. And we want that. We want our people to be able to have something so we can, back home, help our people and build our roads and our water systems that we need as well as what we see is needed down here. This will be good for Kenosha, and it will be good for Menominee, and it will be good for Hard Rock. We know that. That's why we're here. We're not here to waste your time. We've been after this forever. We've been here. I was chair back when this got refused back in 2015. We know that that was wrong, and we deserve better. You all deserve better, and we're here now with our partners who've committed to be with us. So that's why we're here, and we want to see this move along. We're not here to trick anybody. We're here to make sure this works well.
Thank you. I was still in high school when then Governor Walker killed the previous casino. And I remember folks talking about it back then. I was a senior in high school at the time. To me, it's clear that the Menominee Nation has a vested interest, not only in Kenosha, but a vested interest in doing what is right and what is well by their own people. And in the process, while I think that the IGA could contain more, and I think that this county board should have these documents that I've previously addressed and that Supervisor Belsky has addressed before we vote on final passage, to me it is clear that the Menominee Nation want to better their tribal grounds up north and better and say thank you to Kenosha County and the city of Kenosha for hosting, essentially, their endeavor. And what I told folks on the phone over the weekend and today was the Menominee Nation did not have to come and sit down at the table with Kenosha County. They could have just, we're not dealing with you. It's not in, it's west of the I technically, but it's not in a more rural part of the county where the county board has more authority. It's solely in the city of Kenosha. That's only who we are dealing with. Additionally, they didn't have to fund our schools and give additional funding to the schools. It's clear to me through the presentation that we saw tonight that the Menominee Nation takes great pride in this education in the schools that they have on their reservation. Knowing that improvements need to be made, that sounds like with the faculty, with the infrastructure, those are challenges we face here in Kenosha County as well. And I don't think it's perfect, and I'm not going to commit to supporting it tonight. However, what I do think is clear and what is evident is the Menominee Nation did come to Kenosha County in good faith, and I believe, as I always believe, that Kenosha County has worked with them in good faith. My ask tonight, while I know no action will be taken tonight, and I would hope that the Menominee Nation would understand, maybe not agree with, but understand where I'm coming from, is that everything is finalized. All the exhibits are finalized, their ordinance has been finalized, the studies have been finalized. They're available to us so that in turn they are available to our constituents. They feel like this is getting rushed through. I've told everybody I've talked to over the phone that I disagree with that. We didn't do how the city did. We didn't announce a meeting with the 48-hour minimum. We announced a meeting the following week. We had tonight, we have 3 more occasions, and I'm hoping 1 or 2 more after that, where folks can come and they can address us, they can address the representatives that are here tonight, and I assume in the future as well, and get their concerns addressed. They're rightfully concerned. This is a big development, just like all of our other developments. When Amazon came, when Uline expands, which feels like they do every year, people are concerned. What does this mean for our community? What does 1,000 jobs mean for our community? We heard from a gentleman today who's in the union trades. He was for it, and that's great, but I'm sure he also has questions and had concerns, and his brothers and sisters in the union probably do as well. I want the folks from the Menominee Nation to know that while we're questioning you, or I'll speak for myself only, while I'm questioning you, and I had quite a few questions for you guys, it's not in an adversarial approach. It's so that I can go back to my district tonight and throughout the remainder of this process and answer questions to my constituents, just as you answer questions and concerns for members of your own tribe. With that, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to everybody who came tonight.
Thank you. With that, we're going to take a 10 minutes recess. We'll be back 9:25. Wow, all of a sudden my board cleared up. So we have a motion to adjourn, anyone? No. Okay, we're back in session. Supervisor Decker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question through the chair to Mr. Bisa. If you could come up front to the podium. Thank you. So it was talked about earlier about the termination and the restoration of the tribal lands of the Menominee, and it was briefly just talked about. I've done a little research on it, and I think there's a lot more history that I think the board should learn about how the termination affected the tribe economically, in their human services area, and also in the identity of the tribe. Could you please tell the history and how termination affected all 3 of those areas?
Yeah, and thank you. Termination, when termination was brought on, the concept was basically to assimilate tribal members and to remove us from those protections that we have as tribal people. They wanted to turn our reservation, which is that practically 250,000 acres of forest, turned that into county land, so now we would be taxpayers. Well, in our world, I can't own, for instance, this chunk of air here. I can't own water that's passing through. We had a whole different, and we have a whole different perspective on the world. And for us to divide and separate and really break apart the world into chunks and into pieces and control it is foreign to us. We have, when we talk Department of Natural Resources, in our language, we don't even have a word for resource, natural resources in our language, because it commodifies living things. Now all of a sudden it's something we own, to be sold, to be treated less than. And that's not it. That's not how we're supposed to be working in this world. So we were not good at being taxpayers. When we were terminated, as you heard Legislator Awanipe talk about before, when we were terminated, all of a sudden, we were no longer under federal jurisdiction. Now we were under state. So there were a lot of state codes that we had to follow now. And when you heard with the, for instance, with the hospital, we did not meet state codes. Our hospital didn't, it was federal. So they shut it down. We did not have the funding or the infrastructure in place to be able to support a county system where now we have fire departments, so the money for the fire department and for roads and for all of what people take for granted in what you all do wasn't there. We had to look at a way to try to find funding to be able to provide those services. And what happened was, because we could not pay the taxes, we had to find a tax base, a tax source somewhere. So we looked at connecting some of our most beautiful lakes on our reservation, and these are pristine lakes, and we connected many of those lakes, like 7 of them, into one large lake they call Legend Lake now, only so we could sell them to non-natives who can now then purchase those as fee land and pay taxes on them so we could support our infrastructure. We ended up stopping the sale of that additional land only after much of that was already sold. The tribe, in trying to terminate us and get out of the quote-unquote Indian business, the feds thought that they would not have to pay funding for any kind of treaty or federal services, but it quadrupled, in essence, the cost of supporting Menominee County after they terminated us. So we were considered one of the most sustainable and forward-thinking tribes at one time before termination. After termination, we fell apart. We lost our schools. Many of the people thought, oh, our language, forget our language, that's part of what got us in trouble now, you know, they kept the language to ourselves instead of passing it on to the children. Now we're bringing that back. We're trying to bring that pride back. In 1973, that's when it finally had gone in front of President Nixon at the time, my favorite president now, Tricky Dick, he's my chum. So we were restored. So now many of those same rights that we had before were restored, and they were brought back to us. So as we try to come back, there still is a percentage of land that stayed in fee, and there are many non-Menominee that still own land in a checkerboard type of system on our reservation, mainly around the beautiful lakes that were created. So we're still struggling to come back from what happened. We have not made it back. We're on our way to try to get back to what we have. Right now, because of that checkerboard system of people who own fee land and the trust land on our reservation, we have, for instance, two forms of government. We have a county government still for those who are non-tribal that live on the reservation, and we have our tribal government. So we have two of those. So we've duplicated many of the services, and that's costly. And it's a checkerboard. The jurisdiction is hard to manage within the reservation. We're trying to come back. We're trying to hang on to our forest and some of the things that uniquely are Menominee. And we're trying to do that now. And so slowly but surely, we think we're making progress. Right now, I currently run a Department of Agriculture and Food Systems, which is looking at, let's bring healthy foods back to our elders. We're people of poverty. We look at McDonald's, we look at cheap foods just to keep our babies' bellies full at night so they're not crying. That's not right. We're trying to go back to get those healthy foods and make things good. Our infrastructure and our food systems and everything with that is why we are here. And we only want to do it if we can do it in a good way and bring the cream of the crop with us, so you agree with us in what we're putting forward. And of course, that's Hard Rock. We want this to work. As a practical matter, we would not just have slots in a box with competition around here. We know we have to have something that can help us back home. We need that help. And we only can do that if we bring quality here. And when they come here, Hard Rock would not come, as a practical matter, come here and have slots in a box. They don't do that. They bring the whole venue with them. We want to differentiate and have quality here for you all, for us, so we all end up in a good way out of this. So thanks for some of that, for asking me and letting me expound a little bit. Thank you. We think we're on our way back, Menominee. We think we are improving our language now. In fact, Joey Iwanape is the director of our Menominee Language and Culture Commission, where we are bringing our language back. So there are many things we are trying to save and come and bring back in a lot of our traditional food systems, in a lot of our ways. And one of those ways, so you can trust us, is we're true to what we say. That's how we're raised. Those spirits are watching us. We have to, what we say, we have to be true on. And it's not pretend, it's not fake. We're here. We're here now. The agreements that we've shown you, the PLA that we had before, and now we know trades wants to make some adjustments to it. We're still committed to it. We were before. Why would we not be now? The sales tax, we had that, the room tax agreement, we've had those, and we will come back to them. And some of those just need updating, as you heard from our attorney. But we're here. We're here, and we want to be partners with you. Help us make that path back to where our tribe needs to be. It's a good place we're going, and we appreciate that you could be part of this. You need to help us get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisa. So I do have some questions on the actual intergovernmental agreement, and I was actually going to ask these ahead of time, but then I thought, you know what? I have questions. Maybe the general public has the same questions, and they would like to get them answered, so that's why I'm asking them here. Page 5, letter F. Can you explain what that section means? Because I was a little unclear, and so I want to understand it better before I vote on this. It's letter F, county support contingent on validity of agreement.
Oh, here, yeah. So the purpose of this provision is that the county supports this supports the trust application of the tribe only so long as this agreement's in place, because the mitigation, or it's valid under federal law. The mitigation that's provided within this agreement is what the county has determined is necessary to ensure that the community is that they can continue to provide the governmental services at the level that they need to and to address the impacts. So the concern is that if the NIGC or the Department of Interior for any reason would determine that the agreement is invalid, to me, I don't think there's any reason why the Department of Interior would determine it's invalid under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. But if it did, it indicates that the county can no longer take the position that the proposed trust acquisition and casino would not be detrimental to the surrounding community. It's a protection for the county.
Okay, thank you very much for clearing that up. I kind of thought that's what it was, but I just wanted to verify. Page 14, letter O, additional trust land. Any expansion of the trust lands in the county of Kenosha beyond the boundaries identified in Exhibit A shall require the written consent of all parties to this agreement. So does that mean that I'm clarifying, does that mean if the Menominee tribe buys another parcel somewhere that it cannot automatically go into trust, that they have to ask us and get approval? And normally, is that what happens, that if the tribe purchases property that it, like on the reservation or in areas, that it goes into trust?
Well, it's entirely up to the tribe to decide when it purchases land in fee or somehow other, through gift or other mechanism, they get the fee title to the land, whether they want to seek to have that land placed in trust. So they could theoretically, in the absence of this agreement, purchase parcel of land anywhere in the county and then go to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and ask for the federal government to take that land into trust. This prevents that without first reaching out to the county and seeing if there's any, if the county agrees or if there's any concerns that the county may have. So in the absence of this IGA, it wouldn't have any such protection.
Okay, so it's not as if the Menominee can just start gobbling up land and turning it into its own sovereign trust land?
Yes.
Without approval?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Page 13, letter R, conversion from trust land status to reservation status. What is the difference between trust land and reservation status? Can you please explain?
Page 15?
Page 15, letter R.
Well, so under the Indian the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, there's two provisions for taking land in trust. The first is Section 5, which is just the authority to, let me correct that. I'm getting a little tired. So Section 5.
The meeting's just starting.
Yeah, I know, right? Section 5 of the IRA is the authorization to acquire land in trust. And what that provides is that lands that are taken into trust shall be exempt from state and local taxation. There's a Section 7 of the IRA is the actual provision that establishes that the land can be a reservation. Historically, I think the intent was that reservation lands are also exempt from state and local jurisdiction, taxing jurisdiction, land use. But by regulation, the BIA now takes the position that basically once lands are acquired in trust, they're also exempt from all state and local jurisdiction. So the designation here is basically that it's not going to be officially declared reservation proclamation. This is actually referring to Section 7. This was included earlier, and John, you may have some input on this during the original negotiations, so I just ask if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, there is this ability under federal law to have a reservation declaration if it's not otherwise reservation. Quite honestly, not sure exactly what it accomplishes, but because trust land is in essence treated the same way as reservation land. But it was a request, I think, that flows over from the last time the tribe entered into these agreements with the city and county, and I guess it doesn't protect the tribe per se, but it's some protection for the city and county, I guess. But really, the modern distinction between reservation lands and trust lands is, I'm sure there are some distinctions, but I don't really know what they are.
Okay, thank you. On page 32, which is Exhibit F, and I just want to clarify, page 32B, I'm sorry, yes, wait, actually, it more has to do with the sales tax. So the tribe is going to charge correct me if I'm wrong, the tribe is going to charge a 5.5% sales tax? That's the plan? So when the county gets 75% of that, that is actually 3.7875%, or maybe Barna, or I don't know if Patty's here, she might be hiding behind the podium.
Yes, she is.
So, I literally can't see her. And then when it switches to 25%, then we get 1.2625%. Is that correct? Of the 5.5%. That's the percentage we'll get? I literally can't see you, Patty. Okay.
But that sounds right.
Okay. I use a calculator, so hopefully it's right. Wait, Mike.
I will point out to the board, though, that if we were collecting sales tax...
That's what I was going to get to.
We would only be collecting 0.5% of sales tax on the sales.
Right.
They are imposing 5.5% and giving us 75% of that, and then later 25% of that. And the timing of the 25% is when the net win payment turns to the 1.33.
Right, and that's why I brought that up, because this is a lot more than 0.5% at 3.7875%, and then also when it lowers down to 1.2625%. And we switch from the higher rate at 75% of the sales tax. When we have that at the beginning, when the net wins aren't anticipated to be as large as they are into the future.
Correct.
And then once the net wins start to rise, then we lower our sales tax that we get to 25%, and our net wins go up to 1.33%. So there's a switch, and actually the sales tax, and I'm just verifying this, the sales tax is tied to provide funds to the county to be used for road and road infrastructure, building and maintenance.
Correct.
But the net wins are not tied to anything, so it actually frees our hands to spend the money where we see fit in possible other areas like human services.
Correct.
Instead of just road infrastructure, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So, and that is why the switch was made? Or one of the reasons?
Yes.
Okay. And Supervisor Belsky had said that those funds, expenditures needed to be approved by the tribe, but that is not correct. We just have to talk with them about it, correct? They don't need to approve it.
That is correct. In the old agreement, the language in the old agreement was we would prepare a list and we would bring it to the tribe and they would choose which projects.
Yeah, I read that.
In this agreement, we said, no, we would like a little bit more flexibility. We still understand the need that it should go for infrastructure because the county needs infrastructure and there may be needs in that area that we need to accomplish. So that made sense. So instead of them choosing, we said, we'll put that list together, we'll let you know what we're using this for. And again, we're working in cooperation. If there's something that they've brought to our attention, that doesn't mean that the county would not consider that. We would, but we don't need their approval, just notification.
Okay, thank you. And then I want to thank you, Patty, for this document you sent today. It really cleared up a lot of questions that I had. This is a great document to read through to understand what the county is going to, how it's going to benefit from this project. So I just want to thank you for all the hard work you did on this piece, because this is very informative and helpful in understanding this big, long document. And I just have a couple other comments. It was stated in the slide presentation that the Menominee County or Menominee tribe was going to get 87.1% of the earnings, while the Seminole were going to get 12.9%. I like to think of the Hard Rock as a franchise, and that this 12.9% is the franchise fee that they are getting. And as a business owner that actually owns a franchise, this percentage is very reasonable. It's not that they are just taking a huge, gouging the Menominee tribe. This 12.9% is well within the normal range of a franchise fee that I have seen. And then the net wins are, I have gone to the Kashina casino and enjoy going there with my husband, and sometimes we win. Sometimes we win big. Sometimes we lose. I haven't lost as big as I've won, so that's a good thing. But you know what? We go there for entertainment. It's no different than we would go to the movies or to see a show or something like that, and they do have good music there on the weekends. But when we do leave there and haven't won, I just think to myself, these winnings are going to help the Menominee tribe. It's not going to some big corporation that they're going to go pay their shareholders. It's going to help the tribe build their roads, put in better sewer and water, help their schools, help with their health. So even though I lost, I know that the money is going to help people that really need it. That's the mindset I go to when I lose, unfortunately, at the casino. But now, if we have the Hard Rock come here, it's going to help the Menominee tribe, and it's also going to help Kenosha and Kenosha County, so that's going to make me feel even better if I lose at the casino at the Hard Rock down here. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor US.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious, how many acres of the proposed hotel and casino, how many acres are those building's going to take up out of the 65 acres?
Can anybody answer that question or no?
Oops. We're checking to see if we have the actual numbers, if you can bear with us.
Sure. Nope, I want.
We do not have that number specifically.
So you don't have that number?
No, because we look at it in square footage of the facility, not on the acreage that's covered. We have to research that.
Okay, so let me ask you, let's say if you took 15 acres for this, what do you plan on doing with the rest of the acreage? Is it going to remain green space? Do you have plans to add other amenities to that?
Is it possible that we can go back and slide and show that overview?
Yeah, go ahead.
So on this side, I'm sorry, the microphone's not, it's green, but it's not on. So on the left side is where the casino is.
You have to hit that button up there.
It's item D.
And then parking on the other sides of the frontage road, on the east side. Okay?
Okay.
And then if we were to look at this, unfortunately, it's inverted, right? So north is actually to the left. You can see what happens on those parcels now. So it's green space and parking, which would be, sheet north, but is actually to the east. That is parking, overflow parking. To the left side of this chart is parking, and then obviously the casino is the dark brown piece. Hard Rock Live is the kind of the funnel shaped on the bottom left, and the hotel and pool on the bottom right. And this parcel has FAA height regulations that determine where things can be built and how high, and then also air quality items that are as a result of specifically being close to the airport there. So that's how that was positioned on the overall parcel.
Okay, thank you. Regarding signage along the interstate, are there any limitations on quality, brightness, size, locations? Or is that going to follow the City of Kenosha ordinances? Have you talked to them about that?
So obviously, if there was signage off the property, that would just directly be the rules and regulations in the city or county or municipality. And in regard to on the reservation, all the lighting, all the city zoning ordinance issues related to that are made applicable in the agreement.
Okay. What is the impact on the abutting and adjacent land uses that you can see?
Yeah, so obviously there's traffic issues, right? And that's part of that traffic impact study. But all the rules and regulations the city has regarding how you have to have lighting, all that applies. So I guess it would have the impact that any other business, new business might have in regard to, neighboring properties.
Okay. To the chairman, when did you start these negotiations? How long ago? Did you and the county exec start?
That was, we had started discussions, that was a while ago.
Back in April?
I'm not really sure. Can anybody remember?
Maybe the county exec can answer if she's still here?
I don't remember for sure.
Okay.
And I don't want to say one thing for another.
Right. Her mic's not on.
Oh, okay. Now you're on.
So we had some initial discussions this summer, but no real detail because they didn't have their application forward. So again, we met with the tribe. I've known Gary and Joey for several years, so I've seen them out and about at a couple of different events. But we talked this summer, and then negotiations started getting more wrapped up probably the last month or two. So.
Okay. I have to say, I've had many conversations out and about this weekend in the grocery store, at sporting events. I would just go up to people and say, hi, I'm Monica Uhas, I'm on the county board. Have you heard about the casino coming? And what are your feelings on it? And people have been very open and honest about whether they're for or against it. But the one question that I'm asked more often than not is why? Why did Kenosha County not have a stakeholders meeting with the municipalities and the residents in the tribe so questions could be asked and answered? Because the feeling is out in the public that this is being rushed, this is a shady deal, and it doesn't pass the smell test. And we're being asked tonight to look at an IGA that has errors and omissions. It's going to go to legislative tomorrow night at the committee level. I don't know how anyone at the committee level can vote in favor of something that is incorrect. I wouldn't sign a mortgage document that had incorrect information. We have a responsibility to our taxpayers to make sure that we know exactly what we're signing and what we're approving. And I caution this board to take their time and do their due diligence on this. I don't know what the rush is on this. And I find it a little concerning that Summers hasn't been asked about how it's going to impact them or the concerns they have. Paris hasn't been asked about the concerns. Pleasant Prairie hasn't been asked about the concerns. This just doesn't affect the city of Kenosha. This affects everyone on that I-94 corridor. And that's not good policy. That's not good business. Kenosha County can do better. We should be doing better. So I hope that we can take the time to get the IGA back with the correct information so we can fully look at it. If this comes to committee tomorrow night, I can't support it. And my reason for not supporting it will be that we have an incomplete document. And I can't recall in the last 14 years that I have served the public in a elected official status that I have signed off on something that is incomplete. So I do appreciate the presentations tonight. The questions were very, very good, but we have to answer to the taxpayers. And how can we answer to them with incomplete information? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Since you asked me a question before, I'd like to respond to something. I can appreciate your position, whether you're for the casino or not, for whatever reason. I mean, it's your decision. But to say that this was not done in the open up, that is not true. We followed this process in the same way that we followed anything else. During negotiations, of course, you're not going to go out and start talking to people or while you're discussing that. As soon as this year was kind of finalized, I'd send it to the county board, which we send it to the committees. I set up a meeting for 3 different committees, just more than we do on other things, for 3 nights where people could come over, like tonight, asking questions and everything. But to say that this was done in a little bit underneath or whatever, I resent that, because we took the time and everything was done according, and we, it's not pushing to anybody. Now, what the people want to do, what the supervisor want to do, please, it's your choice, but not because, and like you said, that we should have asked other municipalities or whatever. You mentioned Pleasant Prairie. Pleasant Prairie is doing so many projects there. I don't recall Pleasant Prairie ever calling me and say, what do you think? Should we do this or should we do that or whatever? So, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I still have the floor.
No, you say you were done, and that's why I responded on yours.
I still have the floor, though.
You were done,
I'd like to
though.
respond.
You were done.
because we give more time and information to a public information meeting that has to do with a highway reconstruction than we have given on this casino.
Okay.
And that's the difference. And county board supervisors get an email all the time from Clement or Shelley regarding meetings in Pleasant Prairie, Summers. You're invited to attend. They're in the emails.
Okay.
But stakeholders were not asked. Our police chief was not asked. I talked to my police chief today. He was surprised by this and questioned, why am I not being consulted? Everyone has ownership in this in some shape or way. It is going to affect generations to come in Kenosha County. And I am not willing to gamble livelihoods on generations with an incomplete document. That's all I'm asking for is more time. I'm not asking that this be tabled. I'm not saying I'm against it. I just want the information.
Okay,
correct information.
Okay, but now you're changing what you said before. As I said, that's...
I'm done, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Well, but now I'm going to respond to you, okay? If you want to put it in the way, listen, I got a tough skin. I can take a lot. But you said it that this, I don't have a problem asking question. I did not have a problem if you ask to postpone it to do something else. My problem is when you say that this was done pretty much underneath, not being upfront on anything. So that was my only comment that I said that I resent. Anything else? I don't have a problem. Everybody's asking questions. I'm not questioning anything. I'm not stopping anybody to do it. That is fine, you know? So, okay. Supervisor Kirsten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, my first question will be to the finance director. So Patty, you mentioned earlier that you had done an analysis that's going to be presented to Finance Committee. I do the math on this analysis you sent, and it adds up over 20 years, about $80 million of payments.
That's
Is that
correct.
roughly correct? And if I understand correctly, that analysis is based on, because we're having land go into trust, so we would not be able to have ad valorem tax on that land, and there are sales that are occurring within that land and trust that we could not collect sales tax, so this makes us whole for that, correct?
Correct.
And also Finance did an analysis of the cost that the casino would provide, that would incur relative to public safety, relative to public infrastructure, relative to human services and other government services. So your analysis, this 80 million covers that.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So that completes that part of my question. The next question is to council. So I heard you mention earlier that there are other parts of the country where parts of the overlapping government did not approve an IGA, yet the two-part test was still approved at the federal level, and the land went into trust, and the governments went without an IGA and without cost reimbursement. I heard you mention that. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So the way I see this, the way I sum this up is we have an IGA with an estimated reimbursement of $80 million over 20 years. It's meant to break us even, and the risk we have of not approving the IGA is that we would lose the ad valorem tax, and we would have to increase our taxes in order to cover the cost. That's the way I see, that's the choice I'm seeing here. With that, to council, does that basically seem accurate?
Yes, but it's more than that. I mean, there are other benefits in the agreement, such
Right.
as the trust. Yeah, but
Right.
that's correct.
Yeah. So this makes us whole, and really this is a development in the city, and the city's making the choice that they would like to have this business if they approve this. So my second question to council is, you've done many of these contracts, many of these intergovernmental agreements. Does this contract seem complete to you? Does it seem like a good best practices document? Are there big pieces that are incomplete?
No, I mean, all of them are different. Some are very, very limited. For example, we'll only address police and emergency services. Some don't have any provision at all for sharing or mitigation payments. I would say this one it strikes me as complete, addresses a lot of issues.
Okay, thank you. So the document seems to be complete based on the advice we get from council. Now, we had some discussion of sovereign immunity. Do you believe that this contract uses best practices and protects us relative to the Menominee and the Seminole relative to sovereign immunity?
Well, it doesn't say anything with respect to the Seminole tribe, and again, the Seminole tribe isn't involved directly. This is a Hard Rock event. It does have a waiver of sovereign immunity so that the county can enforce the agreement according to the terms of the IGA, and yes, that's best practices.
Okay.
And as we discussed, there's the tribal state compact has provisions that deal with third-party torts and what have you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do want to make a comment, and we did talk about the local governments, and I did hear from the village, and I agree with the comments from the village, but I believe it's the county's intent to do what the village is asking, that we're going to get this $80 million, and we're going to deploy this money. I think the board would be wise enough to deploy this money so that we provide public safety. In particular, the village expressed concern about traffic. The village of Summers, I represent the 15th district, most of the village of Summers and all of the town of Summers. So the village president and the village did express a desire that we deploy the money to make sure that public safety issues are addressed. Based on this $80 million, we did factor significant dollars in for public safety. So I do support the request from the village that we make sure that the public safety is addressed in a holistic way across all borders as it affects all of the municipalities, but in my case in particular the village. So I do echo the ask from the village. Now, I think I'm getting, this may be my last question. My question is through the chair to Mr. Gill. So Mr. Gill, do you still have a mic there? Thank you. So a lot of you know that this is my fourth time through on this, 3 times as an administrator, 1 time as a county board supervisor. So when I was working at the county, I looked at all of the environmental impact statements that were done with each iteration. I actually worked on some of the analysis. So for example, in the presentation that Mr. Gill made, he talked about increasing jobs, that this project would have an indirect impact, a ripple effect, and increase jobs indirectly in other parts of the county. Now, my question to Mr. Gill is, when I saw that in your presentation, did I understand that correctly?
Yes, sir, you did.
Okay, thank you. Now, when I was working on this, I worked with the University of Wisconsin, and I used economic development forecasting modeling system called IMPLAN. Are you able to discuss the methodology you used to calculate the ripple effect?
Sir, personally I am not. It is part of the draft economic impact study that we received from Klaus Robinson, who is an advisor and consultant in Native American businesses.
Okay, so that was part of the environmental impact statement, which is still a draft. Is that still a draft? But it's soon to come.
Correct.
And so the tribe is reviewing that environmental impact statement, but it is, although it's still a draft, it does follow the same pattern that we saw previously. Another example of what we saw in that environmental impact statement was relative to outlying competition. So in the environmental impact statement, one element I remember seeing is that competition from other casinos didn't reduce demand in the casino that we were looking at. The environmental impact had statistical analysis that showed that that drove additional traffic through our casino. And now, since the last time we did that, there have been several additional casinos. Is your environmental impact statement looking at that? And is it, are there any findings relative to that?
Hopefully this will work. Oh, there it goes. Great.
It's working now.
Yeah, hooray. So it does address it. I don't have the answer specifically to your question here off the top of my head, but typically what we see in other jurisdictions, and oftentimes what happens, is overall gaming revenue will go up, but also market share changes, right? So say a Casino A used to do $100 million and a new entrant comes in, the market may be 110 or 120, but you know, some of it is new to the market and some of it is market share gain or change. Right? It does address what the overall marketplace looks like, and I just simply don't have that number off the top of my head.
But the one basic thing I remember is that although there was competition, and although there may be an increase in competition, the casino, the proposals from the past, this being the fourth one that I've been looking at, were still able to, they were still sustainable.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I would say up to some level of limitations, right? So there are markets that have been oversaturated and economic conditions have changed those marketplaces, right? And so, for example, you might, Tunica, Mississippi may be an example because other competitors went into the region and it was so far from a major metropolitan area, that dynamic changed over time, right? But it's really more, in the feasibility study, talks about population, age, demographic, and average household income, which is very different than the example I gave.
Yeah, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are my questions. I yield.
Thank you. Supervisor Stoker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not quite sure who to ask this to, but according to the revenue projections, what percentage of the gross is expected to come from the residents of Kenosha County?
Can anybody?
So it would be 1% of the net win, and I think the projected net win in, say, let's just say year 3 is around $250 million, so that would be 1% of that, 2.5.
That's not my question is, what percentage of the gross that the casino is going to take in is expected to come from residents of Kenosha County?
Oh, I'm sorry, so customers from Kenosha County? Yeah, I don't have that information.
Is that something that might be available, or I would think that would be key information?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, I would really like to know that. Also, could somebody explain section 16 on page 21 to me? And I'm wondering, does this include illegal activity? At least it was a good question. What? Yeah. It's scary.
Is that a question for the county's council?
So I don't have an answer for you. I believe that this was a carryover, probably from the original agreement. I need to go and confirm that. There is sort of standard boilerplate for various, that are included in these agreements, but I don't know specifically why this particular provision was included, and because I focus primarily on the federal Indian law component, it's just not something that we've discussed. John, is this a carryover? Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, if I can just.
Yep.
And from a contractual standpoint, you cannot provide protection for illegal acts. So we can't say we're not going to prosecute you. You can't say based on a contract, if you do something illegal, you have no liability for it. That would be like not a proper contractual agreement. My sense, and again, I was not part of the original drafting of the old versions, is just to make clear that no party is liable for anything done prior to the execution of this agreement, which is pretty standard language in contracts. It's like once it's signed, once it is there, now we're responsible in going forward. You can't give contractual protection for illegal acts, so it wouldn't be anything like that.
But under this statement here, it seems like if there were illegal acts, you couldn't change or undo this contract.
I don't believe that's how I would interpret it, no. I mean, you can't give protection for an illegal act, so.
Okay, okay. Then I have received a picture of the casino in Indiana, and the casino in Indiana, and it does not appear to be like this. Is there an explanation for that?
I think the primary reason for that is we inherited a deal that was flawed, and we had to buy out the partners, and there was a disagreement about what needed to get done. Subsequently, I believe one of the partners was found to be not licensable, and we were able to do a transaction, and I believe we now own close to 100% of the deal. So there was a series of setbacks, but the project's going forward, and it will get completed, and we'll have a full hard rock.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Supervisor Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to preface this with Supervisor Decker. You and I agree on something.
Okay.
All right. On page 1 in paragraph 1, it states that this agreement is entered into on this date in Kenosha, Wisconsin, by between the tribe and the authority, a tribal gaming business charter on September 16th, 1999 by the tribe, the county of Kenosha, blase. Are there any current gaming going on in Kenosha now with the Menominee? No, okay. So the only current gaming going on right now is illegal. Something that I heard earlier a couple times to Mr. Basa or Mr. Awanape, do you plan on transporting tribal members every day from Menominee to Kenosha to work in the casino?
No, we don't. At best, maybe we will get single-digit tribal members moving into the location, but we don't expect very many tribal members at all to be coming down into the Kenosha area. It is possible. We could get 8, 10 workers wanting to come here and find employment.
But not 850?
No.
Okay. Thank you. And we actually have the Racial Equity Commission that we would be happy to have the application for some of your members to apply for. On page 9, if I can get this here. Paragraph 2, line 5, it states, if the audit shows that the authority paid more in prior quarterly payments under sections 2 alpha 1 of this agreement than the revised net win figure reflected in the audit, the authority shall provide an invoice showing the difference between such amounts to the county for payments of the county, or by the county. How often, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Tracy, how often has that happened where there's been a difference of overpayment by the casino to said municipality or government? How often has there been an overpayment from the casino or the authority to the said government? Okay, just the fact that you don't have an idea and you seem pretty subject matter expert, I appreciate that, sir. Who currently owns the property right now? Is that Bristol that currently owns it? It is, okay. Something that I wasn't clear about is on page 11, the top paragraph, starting on the second line with pursuant. It states, pursuant to this charitable contribution policy, the authority within the first 12 calendar years shall pay a minimum of $850,000 to charitable organizations addressing the cultural and charitable needs of the county of Kenosha. The question I have is in this sentence. The parties agree that any payment to such charitable organizations made by an entity contracted to manage the Kenosha facility shall be deemed a payment by the authority for the purpose of this provision. So when it says, any payment to such charitable organizations made by an entity contracted to manage the facility. What exactly does that mean, manage the facility? Or is that like the foundation of the $850,000?
I mean, if it's within our management contract, Hard Rock would make it, which doesn't preclude Menominee from doing whatever they want to do.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, I think that means Hard Rock, right? So if Hard Rock as an entity would donate money, that would count towards that. Or if the Kenosha Gaming Authority donated it, either way, those would both count towards that $850,000 number.
Okay, I guess the way I was reading it, and correct me if I'm wrong, is made by any entity contract. Oh, maybe you just answered that. Okay, never mind. Thank you. Page 14, section M, which is the cessation of gaming. The property is going to be in trust. If there's no gaming for 365 days, then the authority and the tribe are going to ask the U.S. Congress to take it out of trust. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just because they take it out of trust doesn't mean it is not still owned by the Menominee. So would they then be paying assessed property taxes on that?
Yes, if the land's not in trust, if it's just owned by the tribe, any property in Kenosha, it would be subject to property tax.
Okay, thank you, sir. So many questions. I'm trying not to be 45 minutes. In terms of, I haven't heard convention center yet. Of the Hard Rocks, do any of the Hard Rocks have actual convention centers?
company manages currently about 1,200,000 square feet of meeting and convention space throughout its portfolio. I would say in this market, it's on the smaller side, obviously. But the market's going to tell us what direction to go in. I think that answers the question.
But the ability is there. Should everything go 100% and great, the ability is there to add a convention center, because that's what we don't have in this county.
It's the easiest construction, once the property's up and running and you want to do an addition. Convention and meeting space is the easiest and least expensive to construct because it's essentially big box meeting space, if you will.
Right. Thank you, sir. I guess I'm going to be done with that, but as people have been giving closing statements, I think I will state that it's kind of interesting, the conversations and the questions that have been had today, because there's been some requests made that oftentimes are not made of other businesses trying to create a business here in this county. We don't ask, the county, PDEC doesn't ask for feasibility studies or business plans. Those are for the banks. We don't look at those. Banks look at those. But now we're asking the authority to provide those also. I don't think that's fair. In this, I'll say the city for sure. I'm not sure about the county, but we have pretty close to 1,000 illegal gambling machines in our state, in our city, and we're worried about this business that has a history of Hard Rock. But we're not saying, nobody's going out to these gas stations and these bars and demanding these illegal machines be taken out, which would also provide revenue for the city and the state. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Kubicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of good questions asked tonight. Some questions were answered, some were not. I'm waiting to hear some of those answers to some of those questions that were asked, and I appreciate those supervisors bringing those forward. I did hear some good things about, the job creation, construction jobs, the 80 million over 20 years. Also, too, it was brought up earlier about a police, fire, EMS, public works campus. Is that correct? Where is that campus going to be located? Huh?
It's a city.
City thing? Well, I want to worry about my county.
Yeah, I mean, what we know from the city, because that's in the city agreement, is so we're providing some funding for it, but our understanding is it would be near the facility west of the interstate.
So that's strictly with the city. I've got no sheriff deputies in there, and I've got no county public works people in there, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I can't say we know the specifics of the public works campus the city wants to build, but
So that's a city thing then. Okay. Well, that just answered my question there. That's all I have at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Thomas.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a question to the two gentlemen from the Menominee tribe. You currently run a casino, and is that something that you manage yourselves, or do you outsource that management and running that operation?
Thank you for the question. Nope, we manage that ourselves. It's a very small, modest casino. I thank you for the question because 100% of the profits we make at our small casino on the reservation gets transferred to the tribe for our infrastructure, our daily programming, the daily operations of the tribe currently.
So on that same line of questioning, the primary source of income for the nation is your logging industry and the casino. Would that be accurate?
That would be accurate. The logging industry doesn't really provide much of income, more just job opportunity for tribal members and non-tribal members that come to the reservation. The main source of our income is the casino, which just barely meets the needs.
Yeah, and I get two things, and then I have a couple more. One is congratulations, I guess a lack of a better way to say it would be, is on your rebirth of a nation, would be 50 years, sometime in December, so congratulations.
Yes, thank you, December 22nd.
Yeah. And then it takes a lot of courage and belief, because I know you've probably spent millions of dollars leading up to 2015, and probably a similar amount leading up to this point. So it's the belief that Kenosha is a good place for you is you've put your money where your mouth is, and I appreciate all the honesty and all the questions and being open to difficult questions as well. And a lot of us, whether we've asked it or not, Laura was good enough to ask her right from the beginning, is that we didn't have a lot of the information. And as it comes out, I think initially it looks poorly that we don't have that, but I also understand that it's been outsourced to other consulting agencies, which you have no control over, which on a lighter note, you could wish you could probably beat them with a stick right now, because we should all be looking at it in the ideal world. I would say that would be correct. But to go with Supervisor Uhas, I think it puts us at somewhat of an unfair position to have to look at things that we can't see. Would there be any way that we can have a rough draft of that? Knowing it's not final, it's sort of like putting something in the agreement where there would be a remedy to that if it was something substantially different?
I'll pass this one to our attorney to answer this question.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, which specifically, what document?
So the specific question is that there's documentation studies, impact studies, the different assortment of paperwork that is referenced in the agreement that we do not have. And not of any fault of your own, you simply just don't have it because the consultants didn't do their job on a timely basis. But you have referenced that there's a rough draft. Maybe it's not complete, but a rough draft. And my question is, could we have copies of that rough draft? And then if there's something significantly different or impactful that we don't have, that, we would understand that going in. But I don't want to get into this situation where we're putting other supervisors in an uncomfortable position where they don't feel like they can vote on this in good conscience without exactly know what we don't know. So is there a remedy for that, how we can get some documentation in the next, I chair the legislative committee tomorrow, so if something could be emailed to me, that would be a beautiful thing.
So I think there's a couple, the document the document related to the actual agreement is the revised tribal ordinance that talks about the building requirements. That, I think, can be done because it's going to end up going before the tribal legislature this week. The other documents, like the feasibility study, the economic impact study, so those aren't technically part of the agreement. Those are closer to being done, and so I think it's possible that we could have final reports by that, but I can't promise that because we've got to rely on, we'll be talking to our contractors about that tomorrow. They're not technically part of the IGA. They would just be informational for the county or the city or parties.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've heard over the last 22 hours that, not quite 22 hours, only seems that way today, but I think a lot of people would like this additional information just to be better educated on it, with the understanding that it's not a requirement of the IGA. It's just, and I want to echo the sentiment that you had, is that this is a relationship you've been fighting for 15 years. And me personally, I think if it takes an extra couple days to get some information that would make a lot of the people here that sort of, lack of a better way to say it, determine the fate of whether we sign this or not, to get them more comfortable. I don't know if 2 days out of 15 years to try to make this happen, unless there's something I don't know, why this would have to be by next Tuesday. I don't know if getting that information out to all of us before next Tuesday to look at would, it would be detrimental in some way. So I guess that's not, you guys don't have to answer that question now. I just know I think it would be helpful to the process if we could have some of this information that several people have referenced, that's all. But I know you guys aren't, and this is just a personal comment, and I'll direct it to you too, because that's who I'm talking to right now. I realize you're not doing this for yourself, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Stock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a lot of questions. I will save most of them for committee, but I did want to ask a few just top-level questions tonight. I will say that I do wish we would have had the opportunity to have this meeting months ago. Obviously, we couldn't discuss the IGA, but at least have a meeting with Hard Rock and the Menominee tribes so we could have this discussion and ask these questions and let them know what we would be interested in. I will echo the other supervisors that, are asking for these different studies. The economic impact study, the traffic analysis, all these things are going to be, we're going to need to see these things in order to make an informed decision, an informed vote. And I don't think we should vote on any of these without reading through these studies, because it's a pretty big deal with this trust, and that's what a couple of my questions are going to revolve around. Is if we're putting land in a trust that this casino can be operated from, it seems like there's a lot of strings attached, and once it's in a trust, it's more than likely never going to come out again. Referencing I believe it's called the code that they will be adopting, that is supposed to mirror our local codes, our local ordinances. What is the enforcement mechanism? Is there an enforcement mechanism built into the IGA? Does our health department, does our various county departments have a way to enforce those codes that would be adopted? Do we have the ability to inspect the grounds? And if we find something that's not up to code or up to what should be the code, what is the recourse? How are we supposed to handle that situation? And if it doesn't get resolved in the manner that it normally would be, if it was outside of a trust land, what does that look like? What is a recourse? And are we tying our hands here? That's my first question.
Who's willing to answer?
Yeah, so the recourse is that the agreement provides the tribes waive to sovereign immunity, so that if there's some breach of its agreement to comply with these codes, you can bring an action against the tribe to enforce the terms of the agreement. And Section F on page 12 also provides for inspections.
Okay, but it sounds like it's a much longer process if we were to find something that they weren't readily able to resolve. Seems to be a lot more steps involved than just if it was a regular property on the tax rolls, or that's under our control. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Secondly, what is the reasoning for putting the entire 60 acres in this trust? It sounds like less than 10 acres, if I'm not mistaken, less than 10 acres is going to be the actual buildings, casino, etc. Why, I'm looking at the map, why do we need to put parking lots in a federal trust? Why can't we have if it's just the casino that has to be in a trust in order to gamble, why aren't we limiting the trust property to just that casino and having all the auxiliary buildings and the parking lots just on county land? Like, why are we giving up all of that land to a trust for parking lots? That would be my next question.
We're not giving up the land. It's the
Giving up control of the land, putting it in a trust.
We don't have the ability to retain control of the land. If the tribe acquires the land in fee, it can go to the federal government and have it all placed in trust, and there's really nothing that the county can say. It can tell BIA that it opposes it, but that doesn't mean that BIA won't place the land in trust, and honestly, frankly, rarely denies an application, virtually never, and in fact, I don't think denial is what happens. It typically just lets it die on the vine. So it's not as if we have control. The county has control over ultimately whether the land goes into trust or not. I'll also say that I've virtually, in almost every casino-related trust acquisition, the entire property is placed in trust, and there's a reason. It makes it much easier. And the tribe has sovereign control over the land. It provides for uniformity in the regulation of all activities on the land. It protects the land, in the federal trust. That's the purpose of it. So, I don't know, the Potawatomi may have had a unique situation, but the typical situation throughout the country is there's a parcel of land. It could be 50 acres, it could be 250 acres, which is quite common too. And all of it goes into trust because the entire facility is developed on that site, and that's just how it typically works.
Okay, thank you. I know there's been a lot of talk about whether or not they're going to build everything at once, do everything in phases. If we weren't talking about adding a casino, my question is, would Hard Rock be willing to build the hotel and I believe is the Hard Rock Live event, the cafe? Would that, if it wasn't for the casino, would those things be coming to Kenosha? Would investors look at this and say, hey, this is a great place for a concert venue and a hotel? Or is the casino the only reason those other things are coming? My reason asking is, what is the commitment, what is the investment to bring those things in up front alongside the casino? Or, is it going to be the casino first and then, I'm one of the younger ones here, but from as long as I can remember, the dog track that we had when my family moved here in '99 was slowly waning. So that's, my most recent recollection of, gambling in Kenosha has been, one that, as long as I've been here, has been slowly, deteriorating until they closed in 2006 or 9, and then it's been an eyesore in Kenosha ever since. So I'm just, I'm wondering where the commitment is. Obviously you guys said that's the goal, it's the intent, it's the wish, but if it wasn't for the casino, would an investor or would Hard Rock even consider bringing a live event venue, a conference center, a hotel to this area?
It's entirely possible. Hard Rock has other products besides full-on Hard Rocks. For example, we have a limited service hotel that's geared at a much younger customer, and we have partners who are willing to build in secondary and tertiary markets. They're typically between 75 and 150 rooms, depending on the market. I think we have opened now 6 in total. I visited one in Atlanta not long ago, and it's very successful. Would that have a full-on Hard Rock Cafe and a music venue? Unlikely, to be quite honest with you. I'm not sure the market's just big enough or mature enough for that kind of a product. And, again, I said in my statements, and nobody's trying to fool anybody here, it's the casino that wags the dog that allows the income stream to build out all these other amenities. And it's true here, and it's true in every other market in America.
Okay, thank you. And it was asked by a couple other supervisors. I would like to echo it as well. I'm really curious to see, where Hard Rock anticipates the customer base coming from? How many of your customers are going to be coming from Kenosha? I'm struggling when I look at the map of the competition surrounding this casino, why anyone from Milwaukee would want to drive to Kenosha, or if anyone from Chicago would want to drive to Kenosha for something that they have in their own backyard. So I'm just curious as to the reach, and maybe that's in one of the studies that you guys are going to be presenting. I'm curious as to the reach of where Hard Rock expects to get the customers for these hotels in casinos. So hopefully that's something that can be shared in a study, unless you have something for us. No.
Honestly, I haven't studied the feasibility study the way I would like to answer that question in detail. But typically when we do reverse gravity models, we know where the customers come from in a 10-mile radius, a 25-mile radius, 75, 100, 125, 150. So call it a 2.5, 3-hour drive max, depending on where the competition is sited. Based on the conversations that I had with executives who've been involved in this for a while, there's a pretty diverse market available to us. The northern suburbs, I think it's the northwest suburbs of Chicago, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and the surrounding counties here within a reasonable drive time.
Okay, well, I would like to see more concrete, data on that when you guys are able to share. Yeah. Have you guys done any study as to any potential positive or negative effects on home values in the area? We heard from, the Strawberry Creek. We have a lot of businesses surrounding that and properties. Has there been any studies to look at the impacts on home values surrounding the proposed property?
Communities are typically very strong in 40 hours. And while there are, of course, people who abuse pain, people who abuse credit cards and substances, but for the most part, we're providing, and competing for the same description of our dollars as Disney. And that's just pretty worth and we believe that a lot of what we stand for support community. Are we concerned and are we involved? And probably we are in a very big way. And we'll have a much more in-depth explanation of that program available to this body. So I've worked in a lot of jurisdictions from Puerto Rico to China. I don't recall ever having a problematic conversation with the government about what a casino did or didn't do to the community.
Okay. I believe it was referenced in the presentation. I know everyone keeps bringing up the Gary, Indiana casino and how it's obviously, I believe your intention is it's not to mirror the Gary, Indiana one. Did I hear it was Sacramento, California? Is that the one that was most closely is to resemble? I was just looking at that one. I noticed one of the things that you guys offered at that casino was a gas station. Is the option to have a gas station run by Hard Rock, the tribe, at this location in the IGA, or was that excluded?
I'll look at John, the attorney. We have not had, at least anything I've been associated with, any conversations around a gas station on that site.
But in the IGA, is that prohibited or is it allowed?
So I'd have to look if it's on the list. It's not been something that we've projected to do, so I don't remember whether it's prohibited or not prohibited on the ordinance, but I can look quickly.
It's not.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, I did see that. The last one I'll come to for now. I spoke with, I have some concerns about as far as the traffic feasibility studies, looking at the area where the casino is proposed to go. There is the exits that you would take to get off and then visit the property are surrounded by just four-way stop signs. There's no traffic lights at the off-ramp from 94 heading back north. There's no traffic signal at the intersection next to Brat Stop that would take you straight over to that casino, and then there isn't a traffic signal at the, I believe it's 122nd Avenue and Highway K. From the timeline that you guys presented tonight, it looks like this would be presumably operational in 2026. Our current timeline at the county is not going to have K beefed up and completely renovated until 2028. Sometime 2028 is our current timeline for having that highway reconfigured, and that would be the time that they would put a stop sign in if it was needed and required with the study. So I do have a lot of concerns about the impact, because it would, it's a very congested area, or would be a very congested area if we start bringing that much traffic into that section of town. There's just not the infrastructure there. You would need traffic signals and wider roads, and so I do have some concerns about that, and would be interested to see what the traffic flow is proposed to look like, because it could create a lot of chaos for the people that live and commute in that area. I think that's all I have for now. I definitely will have a lot more questions I'll bring to committee, but I will definitely echo, I don't think we have enough information as a body to vote this up or down just yet. I'm hopeful that we can get more information in the coming days, and I mean, me personally, I do not think we're at a place where we could vote on this next week, but I will continue to ask questions. I will continue to participate, and hopefully we can get those answers that we will need. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Besha.
Thank you, Chair. I don't anticipate being long, but I wanted to get a couple of clarified points from individuals. So from the chair to Patty, you're still awake. Thank you. How would you assess the benefit to the county, and I'll give you a scale, the revenue impact or the monetary value to the community? Is it break even, profitable, or windfall for the county?
I would say somewhere between break even and profitable. Our goal was to make sure that we weren't at a net loss. So in our evaluations, in our meetings with divisions and departments, in our discussions about what their anticipated needs were, and I do credit, especially like the sheriff's department, they called Sacramento. They said, what issues did you have after the casino opened, so that they could assess the needs that we would have here. And they're secondary to the city. So I think that the estimates that were given for what the needs of the county would be were good. And we made sure that those were covered. And those are covered with the projections that have been given. They are more than covered, but not tremendously more. This isn't a windfall that's going to eliminate property taxes. It's not. But it's also not going to burden the taxpayer. Those things are covered.
And can we say?
Yeah, I just want to point out that under the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, you can't have a windfall. It's illegal. The federal law limits what kinds of revenue sharing or mitigation can take place, and it specifically says that it's to cover governmental expenses. If you try to get a windfall, it would be invalid under federal law.
Okay, I appreciate that, and thanks for the elaboration. The reason I asked the question is the follow-on and question or statement would be, if it weren't for the Hard Rock, we would not incur these expenditures. So it's a net break even. It's not, because I've heard it presented as this is going to be awesome for Kenosha County. This is a windfall. It's not a windfall. The monetary value to the county is break even. The collateral benefit to the county is 1,000 jobs, a profound impact on our future direction, because this will beget other development and other opportunities. That's a reality as well. So I caution against representing as, wow, this is a windfall for the county. Directly, it's not. Indirectly, it's beneficial to us and has great value. So thank you, Patty.
Can I respond to that point too?
Yes.
Again, if you don't have an agreement and the tribe decides to go forward, it can go forward without the counties, without an IGA with the county, which would mean that you are in the hole for that, because the county would still be required to provide services to the land. So I think respectfully, you have to keep in mind that this can go forward without the county. So it's not really a question of a windfall or break even. It's a question of making sure that actually impacts on the community are mitigated, because otherwise they won't be.
It's late. I don't want to argue with you. I appreciate that you made the statement a couple of times. And Joey, I think, said they're partners with us as well. So treat us as family as you treat the tribes as family. And I already told them my wife is Cherokee and Sioux, so I'm in the family. Thank you for that. So my next is on the development of the property, and there have been a lot of questions, a lot of detail around the development of the property, but a lot of detail lacking. So the hotel, how many beds are we talking in the hotel? How large are those details anywhere? Is that 150? So it's a small hotel. But when we talk about that, then we as a county are looking at 3 components, roughly, some other accoutrement, things internally that will be beneficial as well, additional minor restaurants and things like that. But I don't find any performas or any guarantees as far as your commitment to ensure that you'll build all the components. I hear the promise, we want to, but that's where I got stuck, was the word we want to. And that concerns me when I look at the agreement, that there's not a performa in there that says we will do. There's a big disconnect in words when you say I want to do something versus I will do something. So when I read the agreement, I don't read the will do's. I read the we want to build all these components. We'd like to open all of them simultaneously. So my question to you is, are you willing to adjust some of the language to create a performa in there that says we will be doing these things in some way, and the lawyers can lawyer and put the words together properly, but that gives me the greatest pause. What I wasn't going to use the word, but I'll say it anyways. I don't want a Foxconn casino. Foxconn came to town. They were big promises, never fulfilled the promises. I don't want a Foxconn casino. I want to know that we will have what we're committing to and what we're understanding.
You want to respond, Jennifer?
Well, and I'll speak to it a little bit first, and then you guys can as well. I think that there is language in the agreement that says that the tribe and the authority intend to construct, will, with accordance with the representations that are given. I think that's on page 14, paragraph P. It says that subject to availability of funding, conditions that they can't control, that they intend to and they will construct and do what they're telling us. There's also a provision in the agreement that says that we're all agreeing to act in good faith and fair dealing. If they don't do that, there is remedies, there is contractual remedies. Nobody can promise, indefinitely that things are going to happen based on certain contingencies, but this agreement has been drafted with very competent counsel who has put in those provisions to try to protect us for that. So we are comfortable with the language that's in there, but I understand the concern that you're stating.
Okay, so you're confident that the language protects us. We do have provisions that should give good assurance that it will move forward, unless there's a financial collapse or whatever. I got that. Okay, thank you. Medium size integrated resort, 1, 2, 3. I had, a couple things I don't want to touch because we will have committees, and those will create a lot of opportunities for additional questions to be addressed as we go forward. One of the things that, in talking to the communities, and I've talked to the 4 leaders of the communities that I represent, 2 of them today, 3 of them today, 1 of them previous to that, and they're all supportive. I mean, they're supportive of the project going forward. So nobody said, oh my goodness, I don't like this. One is more neutral because not directly contiguous to it. One is a development corridor, and they're very excited about the opportunity because it's going to bring great growth. So in that regard, I'm very supportive of the project, and I think it brings value to the community in some ways. The contralateral side, because there's always the law of unintended consequences, is what is the consideration for collateral impact? I mean, we have brought stop that may see increased traffic, may see less. So your words earlier were that the intention is to push the traffic to the north, so not bringing it into Highway 50, putting it into another corridor. I live west of the I, so I don't like that idea. I can't get to the city now. It literally took me 40 minutes to get here tonight. 15 miles, by the way. Mostly country driving. So every corridor east-west is going to be constrained, and this is another one. If you push north, you know traffic's also going south because it's convenient. So you're putting 1,000 employees per day plus delivery support traffic as well. And then what's your daily take? 2,500, 3,000 patrons coming through as well. That's a lot of traffic in our environment. So the direct question is to the roads itself. Somebody made the statement that the developer is accountable for any impact of surrounding roads. Which roads? Can somebody clarify for me what, is it just the west frontage, or what is intended that the developer will be responsible for? Probably consultant words.
Yeah, so it's going to depend what the traffic impact analysis says, and what the agreement says is that the developer is responsible for taking care of the things identified in the traffic impact statement. So that's what would drive the roads issue related to that.
Okay, so you could end up with the frontage plus W in the interchange and south to 50 as well. So we're not left holding the bag. And as Patty said, I'll call it a break-even exercise, which is fine. Well, south to 50. To, not of. You don't go south of. No, that's our own problem. We have other things happening there. So the other thing I'd like to see at some point before we get to a final vote, it was mentioned law enforcement and discussion with them. It's too short a notice for this Thursday, but I will be asking the sheriff to come in and have them present their insights and thoughts regarding the impact for the county and what our work is going to be with regard to the impact from having this very large volume of people in our community that traditionally are not here. So ultimately, as I said, my 4 communities are all very positive for it. I've had a number of residents complain, and they're concerned. As I said, it's primarily those west of the I are impacted. For the city, this is, I'll call it a pimple on the western edge of the community. Most of the people that live in the city never see the casino unless they want to. For everybody that lives west of the I, as we come east to get to shopping, restaurants, service, everything, we will be heavily impacted west of the I. So when I see a substantial amount of revenue for the city, I don't see as much revenue for the county, and there's not an opportunity then for sharing revenues with the communities. But I appreciate the opportunity and look forward to 1,000 jobs. We'll see where we can go from there. So thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Okay, see, oops, oh, hold on. Supervisor Geschke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This will be brief. I just want to thank you for scheduling this committee of a whole to get the ball rolling, to bring us all up to speed on what's been happening. I do echo the sentiment of several of my colleagues that, I do feel that we need more information. I do feel that we need more time. Obviously, we do have a couple of committee meetings scheduled the next couple of days. My question for you, Mr. Chair, is will representatives from the Menominee, will outside legal counsel, Will county staff be available at those upcoming committee meetings for us to be able to get answers to additional questions?
Well, county staff will be there. Our corporation counsel will be there, and I believe somebody from the Menominee will be there too.
Okay, thank you.
Our outside counsel will not be there.
Okay, thank
Say
you.
shit enough for Kenosha.
That was my
They just
question.
gave me a day.
To adjourn.
Okay, motion to adjourn by Supervisor Decker, second by Supervisor Rodriguez. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? We're adjourned.